Chapter 749. Before the opening of the pavilion, the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion had already made preparations. There were reserves for weapon refinement and elixir refinement. However, the Liu family had always helped to refine elixir weapons, so the weapon refinement peak had never been opened. Today was the first time the weapon refinement peak was opened to the public. Half a day later, the Liu family's Dan Yuan prepared everything and brought the family's cultivators with excellent weapon refinement skills to the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. The weapon refinement peak was located in a more remote location in the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion. LV Peng had deliberately chosen this location among the many peaks. Just like the place where they refined elixir, the earth fire here was very strong. Furthermore, there was an array formation, so it was easier to control. The Liu family took a bunch of weapon refinement equipment and entered the weapon refinement peak. After placing the equipment above the earth fire, they prepared to refine weapons. LV Peng used the array formation to communicate with the earth fire. Red fire snakes spewed out from the ground. Everyone, familiarize yourselves with it first. The Liu family's Dan Yuan instructed the cultivators. The red earth fire began to rise. As the temperature rose, it gradually turned blue. The Liu family cultivators were also adapting to the new environment. After about an hour, everyone expressed that everything was fine. Next, it was time to refine weapons. I have gained quite a lot this time. I have enough thunder crystals. As for the broken spear, it's better to melt it down and refine it again. Zichen took out the broken spear. Once the blood-red broken spear was taken out, a crazy evil aura surged. This evil aura directly affected the Liu family cultivators who were refining weapons. They all frowned and turned pale. Zichen threw the broken spear into the air. His fingers emitted a golden light and he started to form seals. Rays of golden energy appeared between his fingers and landed on the broken spear. As the golden light surged, the blood-red broken spear began to emit a brilliant golden light. The evil aura on the spear also slowly disappeared under the golden light. This is the soul sealing seal. When Zichen finished the last seal, the blood-red broken spear had turned into a golden broken spear. When there was no more evil aura around it, the Liu family's Dan Yuan let out a strange cry. The evil aura has been sealed. Melt it down now. Zichen pointed his finger and the broken spear flew directly toward the earth fire. The shock in Liu Danyuan's eyes did not dissipate for a long time. This was actually the soul-sealing seal, one of the top refining techniques. Such a technique was much stronger than the one given by Zichen last time. Moreover, looking at Zichen's technique, it was obvious that he was extremely skilled. This made Liu Danyuan's eyes become extremely eager. Liu Peng, increase the firepower. You guys start melting these thunder crystals. Just as the Liu family's Dan Yuan was using the earth fire to melt the broken spear, Zichen took out a large number of thunder crystals. Zichen took out 16 fist-sized thunder crystals. With so many thunder crystals, it was enough to fuse them into the broken spear. The thunder crystals gave off a silver light, and there seemed to be a bolt of lightning sealed within them. They gave off a faint might. After leaving the thunder territory, the thunder crystal no longer emitted any thunder energy. It turned into pure thunder crystals. Everyone controlled it with their spiritual thoughts and did not suffer any backlash. When the 16 thunder crystals appeared, the Liu clan's core essence cultivators started to get busy. These were all refining materials. They were minerals. When they turned from solid to liquid, it would take a long time for each of them to melt. Fortunately, the Liu clan had many of them and could control them at the same time. During the fusion process, the Liu clan's cultivators constantly sprayed meltable substances on these artifacts. Time passed. Days passed like this. It was boring and monotonous. Previously, the monk and the devil ape would come to watch. However, everyone maintained the same action every day. Over time, the two of them lost their patience. During this period, Zichen stood in place and watched every step of the melting process to avoid any mistakes. After 10 days, the broken spear showed signs of melting. Just as Liu Peng activated the array to increase the firepower, the broken spear began to melt. In comparison, The thunder crystals were slightly easier to melt. After adding substances to accelerate the melting process, the thunder crystals turned into thunder crystal liquid. If it was normal refining, after the materials were melted into liquid, the impurities in them would be refined using a secret technique. This would take a lot of time. The reason refining was time-consuming was that it took a long time to remove the impurities. The thunder crystals were the purest products. There were no impurities in them. After they were melted, they could be refined and fused. Naturally, this time was saved. The broken spear was also an extraordinary weapon. Before it was formed, it had been refined countless times. After it was melted, there was no need to deliberately remove the impurities. As long as the two were melted and fused, it would not take too long. This was undoubtedly taking advantage of the pure materials. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. The broken spear had completely melted into liquid. The 16 thunder crystals had also melted and fused, forming a small pool of thunder crystal liquid. The two materials melted. When it was time to fuse, the Liu clan's core essence looked at Zichen. "Let me fuse." Zichen, who had not spoken for 20 days, spoke for the first time. Once the melted liquid left the earth fire, it would quickly condense again. Therefore, during the fusion process, whether or not the two substances could be perfectly fused depended on the skill of the refiner. The quality of the refined weapon also depended on whether or not the various substances were completely fused. 9 drops of golden blood floated in front of Zichen. This was his life essence blood. The moment the two liquids fused, Zichen injected a drop of blood into the fusion liquid. Then, Zichen formed seals with his hands again. This time, the seals formed were extremely frequent. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 streams of golden energy appeared between Zichen's fingers. They fell into the fusion liquid like golden raindrops. The golden blood instantly penetrated the fusion liquid. After the golden energy that Zichen injected entered the fusion liquid, it also caused the fusion liquid to break down and fuse. Then, Zichen pointed out a second drop of essence blood, and the speed of his hand seals was even faster than before. He repeated this process until all 9 drops of blood had fallen into the fusion liquid. Under Zichen's seals, the liquid of the broken spear, Zichen's blood, and the liquid of the thunder crystal were fusing perfectly. After Zichen injected all 9 drops of blood, the Liu clan's core essence reacted and exclaimed, "This is the blood refining technique." This blood refining technique was also a top-level refining technique. His eyes widened to the limit, wanting to take this opportunity to observe. At this moment, the fusion had reached a critical moment. Zichen had no time to pay attention to the Liu clan's core essence's fuss. The seals formed by Zichen's hands were even more complicated, cumbersome, and fast. As streams of golden energy fell, the two liquids and Zichen's blood were also perfectly breaking down and fusing. During this time, Zichen withdrew the soul sealing technique that he had used on the broken spear. In the next moment, in the fusion liquid, the hidden evil aura in the broken spear surged again. The shock in the Liu clan's core essence's eyes had reached its limit. Zichen's speed of forming seals became faster and faster. In the end, it was a blur. The Liu clan's core essence's eyes could no longer keep up with his speed. Although he could no longer see clearly, he could guess how many seals Zichen had formed. 9,999 seals. These were the 9 extremes recorded in the blood refining technique. These were the top-level refining techniques of the Wuji sect. The Liu clan had only passed down a few words of these top-level techniques. They only had the form but not the meaning. What Zichen was displaying now was the true essence. This was the true treasure for a refining family. It seemed that Zichen had not only obtained the complete alchemy techniques of the Wuji sect, but also the refining techniques of the Wuji sect. The Liu clan's core essence was itching to see such a technique. He wondered what price he should pay in exchange for such a technique. Maintain a constant temperature. Don't continue to melt, and don't solidify. Zichen's voice pulled the Liu clan's core essence back from his daze. After more than 9,000 seals fell, the liquids had perfectly fused together. However, at this moment, it was still liquid. As the liquid flowed, It was vaguely possible to see that it was a long spear and not the original battle spear. The Liu clan's core essence carefully controlled the spear-shaped liquid to return to the earthfire. He relied on his spiritual senses to sense the constant temperature. He did not dare to raise or lower the temperature. At this moment, the entire liquid was emitting 3 colors: blood, gold, and silver. It could be seen that these 3 colors had perfectly fused together. The 3 colors took turns to change. It was extremely beautiful. The evil aura also seemed to have become stronger under the blood refining technique. It took 22 days for the spear shadow to take shape. If he added seals now, this long spear would be considered a success and would definitely be a great weapon of mass destruction. However, Zichen obviously would not stop there. Next, it was time to melt the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. By the time Zichen took out the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul, LV Peng had already activated the array formation of the entire mountain peak. A huge energy light shield enveloped the entire mountain peak like an inverted bowl. LV Peng did this to prevent Zichen from making a mistake and to prevent the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul from taking the opportunity to escape. With the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul in hand, Zichen first bit the tip of his tongue. Pale golden blood flowed out from the tip of his finger. Then, Zichen used his bleeding finger to imprint on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. Like a ghost, Zichen wrote a total of 8 ancient characters on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. This was the blood sealing technique. It could ensure that the newborn soul in the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul would not be harmed. During the melting process, it could also fuse with one's own blood. Previously, the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul had been trembling in Zichen's hand. When Zichen finished writing the 8 characters, it seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and remained motionless. Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to control the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul in front of the earth fire. He coldly said, "Raise the earth fire to the strongest level." Hearing this, LV Peng's hands began to form seals. Then, the blue earth fire began to approach the dark blue earth fire. After that, it emitted an extremely dazzling white light. After the earth fire heated up, the 8 characters on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul began to emit a brilliant golden light. Then, the 8 characters seemed to have a life of their own. They began to seep into the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul bit by bit, reaching outside the life thunder lightning. The last step of the refining process was to fuse the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul's liquid with the spear-shaped liquid from before. Everyone was waiting for the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul to melt. During this time, the Liu family cultivators were not stingy with the amount of quick-melting liquid they poured on the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul. This wait lasted for 20 days. After 20 days, the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul began to melt. However, the lightning within it did not change at all. On the surface of the lightning, the 8 characters emitted golden light, blocking all the burning of the earth fire. A few days later, when the Thunder Spirit Crystal Soul had completely melted into liquid, the lightning of life still did not melt. Moreover, its life aura seemed to have become stronger, frequently switching between lightning and lightning dragons. Chapter 750. Earthfire, lower the temperature. Zichen shouted as the Thunder Spirit Crystal was completely melted. LV Peng's hand moved and the white earth fire began to transform into a blue color. The temperature gradually decreased and Zichen's spiritual thoughts controlled the liquid spear shadow that had been maintained at a constant temperature. Prepare the true water of Cold Pond. Zichen spoke again as he separated 2 spiritual thoughts to control the 2 liquids. The Liu family had already prepared the true water of Cold Pond to lower the temperature. Under the control of 2 spiritual thoughts, the 2 liquids that left the earth fire came into contact and began to blend. At the moment of blending, the 8-word seal that Zichen had previously carved with fresh blood suddenly melted and turned into liquid. Raw. The word seal melted and no longer protected the thunder of life. The moment the thunder of life came into contact with the high-temperature liquid, it transformed into a thunder dragon and let out a loud dragon roar. The 2 liquids merged together and the tricolored light on the spear body kept changing. Then, a divine dragon shadow emerged from the spear body, grew bigger and spread. The temperature of the earth fire dropped. When the 2 liquids came into contact, The spear was also about to solidify. The tricolored light that was emitted from the spear was unusually hot and piercing to the point that it was difficult to open one's eyes. During this period, the dragon's roar was still ringing. The true water of Cold Pond was poured on the spear at the right time. The sizzling sound was constantly heard and white water vapor filled the entire mountain peak, blocking everyone's vision as if they were in the clouds. It was also at this moment that the refining of the weapon was completed. However, no one could see what the refined weapon looked like. Because of the water vapor, no one could see clearly what was in front of them. A hurricane blew away the water vapor and everyone's vision was restored. A spear that was close to 2 meters long floated quietly in the air. The spear was silver in color, but it was not bright. Instead, it had a sense of simplicity. There was no aura flowing around the spear body. This made people wonder if it was because it was restrained or if the refinement was a failure. The only special thing was that there was an exquisite engraving on the spear. It was a dragon shadow that spread across the entire spear. The tip of the spear was where the dragon's head was, the end was the dragon's tail and the middle was the dragon's body. Every scale on the dragon's body was meticulously detailed, and the entire dragon's shadow was even more vivid and lifelike. It could be said to be perfect. Previously, Zichen had only allowed the 2 types of energy to fuse together and had not deliberately carved on it. However, Zichen was not surprised by this. A look of relief appeared on his face as he sighed inwardly at his good luck. If the lightning of life had remained in its original form at the moment of fusion, then under the effect of the soul fusion technique, the mark on the spear would have been a bolt of lightning. Although the naturally formed lightning spread over the body of the spear, compared to the dragon shadow, regardless of whether it was in terms of power or degree of coolness, the lightning was much inferior. Furthermore, the moment the soul was fused, the lightning turned into a lightning dragon, which was equivalent to the lightning becoming a dragon soul. Everyone was bewildered. Obviously, they didn't know if the spear was good or bad. Zichen's mind moved, and the spear flew into his hand. When he was refining the weapon, Zichen had used the blood refining technique. After the spear was formed, there was no need to refine it again. The spear had already recognized its master. Moreover, as long as Zichen was alive, the spear could not be refined even if it was taken by others. Unless the other party also knew the blood refining technique and had a higher level of attainment than Zichen, then they could break the blood refining that belonged to Zichen. Lord Zichen, I wonder how powerful this spear is. With the spear completed, the faces of the alchemy primordial realm experts of the Liu family were filled with curiosity and anticipation. LV Peng removed the formation that enveloped the entire mountain. Zichen also wanted to see how powerful the spear was after fusing with the Thunder Soul Crystal Soul. He mobilized the energy in his body and infused it into the spear. With the infusion of energy, the spear began to vibrate slightly. Then, a loud and clear dragon roar resounded from the spear. Following that, a turbulent evil aura filled the entire area. The silver spear from before also exploded with a glaring tricolored light in the next moment. It was extremely powerful. The crazy evil aura that surged on the spear was even more powerful than the broken spear from before. This made the alchemy primordial realm experts of the Liu family feel a strong sense of suffocation. Their faces turned pale. They couldn't withstand this evil aura and retreated one after another. Moreover, within this evil aura, there seemed to be a special kind of majesty. This majesty was like a dragon's majesty and also like a lightning's majesty. No one could clearly distinguish it. The soul merging technique has perfectly fused the thunder of life into the spear. During the soul fusion, the thunder of life turned into a lightning dragon, which became a dragon soul. Could it be that Zichen's spear is nurturing a dragon soul that can grow? The alchemy primordial realm expert of the Liu family, who was in the late primordial realm, had a face full of shock. Once the evil aura of the spear was released, it spread for dozens of miles. Almost all the cultivators in the heavenly barbarian pavilion sensed it and turned their heads to look in that direction. At the same time, a few figures rushed out of the heavenly barbarian pavilion and flew towards the weapon refining peak. The foundation has been refined. Before they arrived, the monk's voice was already heard. Then, the monk, the demon ape, Wang Qiong, Wu Liu, and the rest came one after another. As soon as they arrived, they saw Chen holding a spear that was emitting a tricolored light. Under the illumination of the tricolored light, Chen was like a god of war. What a strong evil aura! There is also a sense of ferocity in it. This spear is indeed extraordinary. Even in terms of foundation, it is the strongest foundation. Looking at the spear, the monk's eyes kept flashing. However, at this moment, Chen pointed his spear at the monk. The monk looked at Chen and smiled faintly. "Why? Do you want to spar with me? Haha, I'll keep you company." Before the monk finished speaking, Chen attacked. Chen's attack was relatively simple. He only held the spear and slashed at the monk. Then, a loud dragon roar was heard. A shadow of a thunder dragon surged out of the spear and charged towards the monk. The monk's pupils dilated instantly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He exclaimed, "Dragon shadow." With just a single strike, a dragon's shadow had appeared. This scene had also stunned the others. Facing the dragon shadow, the monk waved his palm. The palm shadow that was filled with rich Buddhist power landed on the thunder dragon. When the two sides collided, there was an explosion of energy. The monk's palm print was shattered. The dragon's shadow trembled slightly and continued to charge forward. The power of the dragon shadow shocked the monk. He continued to wave his palm print. The monk waved his palm 3 times but did not shatter the dragon shadow. It was only when the dragon shadow was close to him that the monk shattered it with a powerful palm. Although the monk did not use his full strength, Chen did too. The monk only managed to destroy the dragon shadow after a few palm strikes. This was enough to prove that the spear's power was extraordinary. Around them, everyone was still in shock. A spear that can release a dragon shadow is indeed extraordinary. Just its appearance alone is enough to amaze countless people. The monk sighed from the bottom of his heart. After Chen withdrew the power of the spear, the others came forward to congratulate him. "Everyone has worked hard this time. The Liu clan's Dan Yuan will each be rewarded with 100,000 upper-grade vitality stones." Chen smiled faintly. "Lord Chen, please don't. We did nothing this time. Everything was done by you. It is also your credit to obtain such a killing weapon." The Liu clan's Dan Yuan hurriedly said. Chen waved his hand and said that it was everyone's credit. The Liu clan's Dan Yuan was stubborn and could only accept Chen's gift. "Lord Chen, the spear has been refined. What's its name?" someone asked. Everyone looked at Chen. Such a spear must have a domineering name. "Let's call it the Dragon Soul Spear," Chen said without thinking. The spear's power was mainly due to the Dragon Soul. Dragon Soul Spear, a good name. Everyone praised. Then, the group left and headed to the main hall. During this time, Wu Liu had already prepared the reward for the Liu clan. After some refusal, the other party could only accept it. "We still have important matters to discuss, so we won't keep you. I collected these things. They may be useful to the Liu clan." Chen handed a few booklets to the Liu clan's Dan Yuan. The Liu clan's Dan Yuan accepted them. After carefully opening them, his face was filled with ecstasy. These were crafting techniques, and they were extraordinary ones. Although they could not be compared to the top techniques used by Chen, they were far beyond what the Liu clan had now. The path of crafting is about following the rules. Only by mastering various techniques can one master the true top techniques. Chen said. He was obviously saying that after they had mastered the techniques, he would give them the best techniques. The Liu clan's Dan Yuan nodded to show that he understood. Then, he promised Chen that he would serve the Heavenly Man Pavilion wholeheartedly. After the Liu clan's group left, only Chen and his group were left in the main hall. Apparently, it was time to discuss their departure again. Shangguan Yuer's eyes were filled with reluctance. This time, entering the ancient road of the trial might take a long time. "There is no exact time for us to return." Chen looked at everyone and said, "During this period, if the Heavenly Man Pavilion is in danger, Elder Gui will help. As for other matters, Wang Qiong, you have to pay more attention. I'll leave the Heavenly Man Pavilion to you again." Wang Qiong nodded. If the Heavenly Man Pavilion wants to rise, we must be united. We must nurture talents with all our might. Moreover, there must not be any infighting in the pavilion. Once it is discovered, it must be dealt with as soon as possible. Zichen had seen many forces along the way, and all kinds of infighting were common. Perhaps to those forces, they could only improve when there was competition. Only with competition could the higher-ups restrain the other party. However, Zichen did not need this kind of management. He only wanted unity. Only with unity could they become stronger. After Wild Wolf breaks through, let him bring some people into the ancient beast world. If possible, arrange for more Dan Yuan to enter the ancient beast world to train. Fighting with ancient beasts can be a good way to train oneself. If anyone reaches a bottleneck, the pavilion will give them resources to break through. After that, Zichen gave some instructions. Then, Qin Xing and Qin He walked into the main hall. The two of them had already prepared various resources and elixirs for the three of them. Now, they were here to deliver the elixirs. After keeping the elixirs, Zichen left the main hall. He went to see Ling and instructed her to work hard. Then, Zichen left. Wang Qiong and the rest sent the three of them to the teleportation formation in the market. Shangguan Yu was already sobbing. "Wait for me here." Zichen kissed her forehead gently and stepped into the teleportation formation. Chapter 751. They did not speak along the way until they reached the ancient beast world. Seeing that Zichen and the other two had returned, the human Dan origin stage experts also stepped forward to greet them. Their tone was extremely respectful. The leaders of the various forces remained where they were. After knowing that Zichen had arrived, they all came out to welcome him. How was it? The demon race did not go back on their words, right? Zichen asked the leaders. They seemed to have learned their lesson and did not find trouble with us. Moreover, they would avoid us automatically when they encountered the ancient beasts. We have not fought with them during this period of time, Wu Clan Dan Realm Master said. Zichen nodded. It was not long before the passage opened. Zichen did not plan to stay here. After asking the humans if everything was fine, he wanted to leave. However, the leaders of the various forces seemed to have something to say. They looked like they wanted to say something but were hesitating. Zichen glanced at the crowd and asked, "What is it?" The leaders looked at each other awkwardly, as if they did not know what to say. "Speak." Zichen's voice gradually turned cold. The crowd recommended Shangguan Feixiong to speak. They seemed to think that he had a better relationship with Zichen. After some hesitation, Shangguan Feixiong said, "Zichen, are you going to the depths of this region? Is there another trial ground there?" Zichen nodded, "That's right. There is a trial road, and it is an ancient trial road. Since it is a trial road, there should be no limit to the number of people. Why don't we send some people there?" Shangguan Feixiong added. The others also looked at Zichen, waiting for Zichen's reply. Zichen smiled and asked instead of answering, "I don't know where you heard this from, but I want to ask you, do you know what kind of trial road it is?" Everyone shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. One of the Dan Realm Masters said, "No matter what kind of trial road it should be a kind of opportunity." Zichen nodded his head and said, "That's right, it is indeed a kind of opportunity. Moreover, this trial path has not been opened for 10,000 years. As for the trial paths that were opened before, many demonic beasts entered, but none of them have returned." What? The expressions of the leaders changed. However, from their expressions, it was clear that most of them did not believe it. If it was really a dead end, why would the Yarrow clan send people there? Why would Zichen and the other two still want to go in? It's an ancient road of trials, full of dangers. It's said that when you reach the end of the first road, you'll reach the human origin stage. However, on the way to the end of the road, even sky martial artists have a high chance of dying, Zichen explained. The faces of the leaders of the other forces darkened. Sure enough, with high rewards came high risks. If one could reach the human origin stage at the end of the path, there would be all kinds of dangers along the way. Lord Zichen is very powerful. He should be able to protect some people along the way. Why don't we bring some Dan essences along to broaden our horizons? One of the leaders said after a moment of consideration. Zichen frowned. He had already said so much, but the other party was still pretending to know. Are you all idiots? If we could bring people there, we wouldn't bring the people of the heavenly barbarian pavilion. Moreover, those who come out will all be in the human origin stage. Furthermore, the passage is guarded by the demon race. Do you think it belongs to us? You can bring whoever you want. If you want to go in, go talk to the demon race. The devil ape could not take it anymore and immediately rebuked. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Lord Zichen, we didn't mean to force you. We were just curious. The devil ape was angry. Many of the leaders of the other forces paled and quickly explained. You guys are really too much. If Zichen could bring you there, he would. He has contributed so much to the human race and didn't ask for any reward. Naturally, he is not a selfish person. Zichen naturally has his reasons for this. The leader of the overlord forces also rebuked at the right time. Zichen waved his hand and said, "It's fine. If you really want to go in and broaden your horizons, I will talk to the demon race. However, I don't know what lies beyond the ancient road. Perhaps we will all be together. When that time comes, I will not be stingy with my help. However, if we are transported separately after entering, there is nothing I can do. Lord Zichen is indeed straightforward. Then we will have to trouble Lord Zichen. We will remember Lord Zichen's kindness." When the leaders of the other forces heard this, their faces were filled with excitement. After that, they left to make arrangements for their own Dan essences. Remember my kindness. Remember my ass. You have all forgotten my previous kindness. The devil ape was very dissatisfied with the way the other forces handled this matter. Monk also looked at Zichen in confusion. They are obviously going to die. Not only did you not stop them, but you even agreed to their request. Zichen smiled and said, if I stopped them, they would definitely think that we were trying to stop their development. Besides having good intentions, we would also be hated. If this anger were to implicate the heavenly barbarian pavilion, it would be troublesome. What nonsense are you talking about? We are being kind to them. Why should they hate us? Why should they hate the heavenly barbarian pavilion? The devil ape said angrily. Zichen looked at the devil ape and said, this is the human heart. As if prepared, the other forces quickly brought their Dan essences over. At a glance, there was a black mass in front of them. Even though Zichen could guess the human heart, when he saw the people in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched. Many forces had brought hundreds of Dan essences, and most of them were in the late stage of the Dan essences. When the devil ape saw this, it was so angry that it stomped its feet. Good, you forces. When I asked you to send people to fight the demon race, you were all yes men and stingy. You said that there was no one. Why are there so many late-stage Dan essences now? Looking at the group of primal core cultivators, each faction had at least 10 of them. If they could gather late-stage primal core cultivators, they would. If not, they would send mid-stage primal core cultivators. Among the hundreds of people, there was not a single early-stage primal core cultivator. When Zichen saw this, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Then he said, everyone, I agreed to bring you along, but you should at least bring some reliable elites. Now that so many of you have come, what are you doing? Is this a group trial? Lord Zichen, these are our elites, the leader of a force said. Zichen still shook his head and smiled bitterly. The devil ape was so angry that its nose was almost crooked. It pointed at an old man with a long beard and said, he is also an elite. But he is so old. Even if he is given resources, can he break through? I did not see any of you come out during the battle. Now you are going to die, and you are all sending yourselves to me. The devil ape's words made everyone feel awkward. They could not answer. Zichen scolded, devil ape, don't be rude to the elders. When the late-stage Dan Essence's old man heard this, he also said awkwardly, Lord Zichen, I am actually very young. It is just that I look a little old. Zichen rubbed his forehead and said, everyone, I can bring you along. But as for how many of you the demon race will let in, I cannot say. The group of leaders nodded and expressed their gratitude. They also said that they would let in as many as they could. Even if only one of them was let in, they would not resent Zichen. After that, Zichen led the group on their way. Because of the lack of time, Zichen and his group were rushing. If they could not keep up, they could go back earlier. Are you planning to bring so many people? On the way, the monk asked curiously. One is the same, a group is the same, Zichen replied. They are too much. They were not willing to send anyone during the battle, but now they are sending so many. They are obviously trying to take advantage of us, the devil ape said angrily. Zichen replied with a smile, actually, if you think about it from another perspective, these forces have been suppressed by the overlords for 10,000 years. There is no one in the mortal origin realm. If this continues, they will continue to be suppressed. Now is a chance to turn things around. Facing this chance, even if they have to sacrifice their face, they have to fight for it. But they are obviously courting death. Entering the ancient road of trials, besides strength, luck is also very important. Devil Ape, you are being too presumptuous by saying that these people are courting death. Maybe there are 1 or 2 lucky people in this group who can return from the ancient road of trials. Zichen transmitted his voice and said, in this world, the interactions between people are all about benefits, and this is even more so between forces. This matter is beneficial to them, so they will fight for it. There is nothing wrong with fighting for their own benefits. They were not willing to send anyone during the previous battle because the benefits were small. This time, the ancient road of trials has a high mortality rate, but they are sending people because they feel that the benefits are big. Big or small, it is up to them to decide. Just as they were talking, the group reached the depths of the ancient road of trials. The elders of the 6 demonic tribes heard the news and came to welcome them personally. But when they saw the group of human inner realm cultivators behind Zichen, they were all dumbfounded. Little friend Zichen, are you planning to attack the demonic tribe's encampment again? The elder ape joked and walked forward with the other 5. I am really sorry. This time, I have something to ask of you. I wonder if it is possible to bring them along on the ancient road of trials? Zichen asked directly. Behind them, the group of inner realm cultivators also looked at the 6 elders with eager eyes. Among the 6, apart from the elder ape who frowned and hesitated slightly, the other 5 elders did not even think about it. They chuckled and said, if the ancient road of trials does not close midway, it is not a problem to give face to little friend Zichen. 5 of the 6 agreed readily. The elder ape nodded slightly as well. Zichen's smile did not fade, but he saw the expressions of the 6 elders. I wonder if the ancient road of trials has opened yet. It has not opened yet, but it should be soon. I will arrange for people to go with us. Then I will have to trouble you. Then, under the lead of the inner realm cultivators of the demonic tribes and the accompaniment of the 6 elders, the group entered the depths of the ancient road of trials. 3 days later, they reached the depths of the ancient road of trials. As they got closer to the opening of the ancient road of trials, they realized that there were more demonic tribes stationed here. When the demonic tribe guards saw that so many humans wanted to enter the ancient road of trials, their faces were filled with disdain. Humans were so weak, yet they still wanted to form a group to enter the ancient road of trials. This was not a group trial, but a group trial. Chapter 752. The team of hundreds of humans formed a black mass. As they flew through the air, the whistling sound they made was extremely loud. Therefore, they successfully attracted the attention of the Dragonians. When they saw the humans, all the Dragonians were shocked. They did not understand why so many humans were here instead of hunting ancient beasts. Soon, a demon came forward and whispered in the Dragonians' ears. When the leader of the Dragonians heard this, he got up and was furious. Nonsense, this is nonsense. When the leader of the Dragonians stood up, the other Dragonians also stood up. After knowing the purpose of the arrival, their cold eyes swept past Zichen's group and swept across the humans. Being stared at by the Dragonians, the humans' hearts trembled. They all landed and did not move forward. Isn't this nonsense? This is the ancient road of the trial, prepared for the strongest of each race. A bunch of ants want to enter. Dream on, the leader of the Dragonians said coldly. At his signal, a Draconian walked out and stood far away from the humans. He shouted, "You bunch of ants, no one will stop you if you want to die. But if you want to die, go to the side. With your little combat power, it's impossible for you to die in the trial." The Dragonians' angry rebuke caused a small disturbance among the humans in the distance. However, facing the powerful Dragonians, they did not dare to say anything. It was like facing Zichen. The leader of the Dragonians walked forward and stopped when he was 10 meters away from Zichen. The Dragonians said, "I respect you as a human heavens martial artist, so I'll share the passage with you. However, the humans you brought cannot enter. This is the minimum respect for the strongest ancient road of the trial. None of you can enter," Zichen said indifferently. "Of course. Who do you think these humans are? Heaven's martial artists are just a bunch of ants. It's a humiliation for such people to die on the ancient road of the trial," Long Ming, who was defeated by Zichen earlier, said disdainfully. Zichen looked at the other party, and his eyes turned cold. "What, do you want to kill me?" With so many companions, Long Ming was not afraid of Zichen at all. Zichen sneered and said, "If I want to kill you, you will die no matter where you are. So you're threatening me?" Long Ming's voice turned cold. Zichen shook his head and said, No, this is not a threat. This is the truth. If you want to die, I can help you at any time." "You." Long Ming was enraged. The other Dragonians also looked at Zichen unkindly, and a suppressive aura spread out. "All right, that's enough." The leading dragon man looked at Zichen and said, "This passageway is located in this area. It is part of the Bedlam lands, but since it is a road for experts to enter, only true experts can enter." "You mean?" Zichen looked at the leader of the Dragonians. "Let's have a duel. The humans who want to go in will have to fight with the weakest demons that have entered this time. The winner will be able to go in," the leader of the dragon men said. "All right then." Zichen nodded. If he couldn't even beat the weakest one, then he would die if he went in. There was no need for Zichen to explain. The humans at the back had already heard their conversation. Many of their faces turned ugly. Obviously, they did not think that they had a chance of winning against the weakest demon. The demons did not send out any Dragonians. This made many humans heave a sigh of relief. The weakest demon was a mid-stage primal core demon from the Sky Tiger tribe. This was a burly man. He strode forward and shouted coldly, "If you're not afraid of death, then come at me. Every battle I fight is a battle of life and death. So, don't expect me to hold back." The burly man's loud voice made many people's ears ring. Many of them had fear on their faces. Seeing that his words had intimidated everyone, the muscular man was even happier. He laughed evilly, "Mid-stage core humans, I advise you to get the hell out of here. Otherwise, if I get angry and break your balls, that would be bad." This demon from the Sky Tiger tribe dared to enter the road as a mid-stage primal core demon. His combat power was naturally extraordinary. Ordinary mid-stage primal core humans had almost no chance of winning against him. "What's wrong? Are you all cowards? You don't even dare to accept my challenge." Seeing that the humans still did not fight, the demon from the Sky Tiger tribe continued to shout arrogantly. Zichen turned around and looked at the humans. He said, "Entering the ancient road is not child's play. If you can't even pass this stage, you will definitely die. If you know you can't win, then you can choose to back out." Since Zichen had spoken, the primal core humans did not dare to say anything. Therefore, they looked at the burly man. Those who thought they were no match for him started to back off. Those who felt good about themselves and thought they had a chance of winning also stepped forward. The one who stepped forward was a late-stage primal core human. He relied on Gao Tianhu's strength as a first-stage demon and used his elixir weapon to suppress his opponent. He wanted to use his realm to suppress his opponent. However, both parties only exchanged about 10 moves. In these 10 moves, the human's primal core human changed from attacking to defending. In the end, his body was torn apart by the Sky Tiger demon. Fresh blood flowed and his organs were scattered all over the ground. "Haha, if you're not afraid of death, then go ahead." The sky tiger demon was still holding the two halves of the corpse in his hands. He was bathed in blood and laughed maniacally. His opponent's combat strength was terrifying. In just 10 moves, he had torn apart a late-stage primal core human. Many of the human cultivators' faces changed. After estimating the combat strength of both parties again, many of them knew they were no match for their opponent and retreated. In the blink of an eye, there were less than 100 humans left. In the following battles, the humans who were full of confidence still could not escape the fate of being killed by the sky tiger demon. His opponent's combat strength was not weak. Each time, he would forcefully kill the human's primal core human. As the human's primal core human died, more and more people retreated. In the end, there were still 15 people who did not retreat. These were the humans who thought they had a chance of winning against the sky tiger demon. They were considered the elites of the human race. Good, there are still people. Your courage is commendable. I thought I could scare all of you to death. Which one of you wants to die? The sky tiger demon laughed maliciously and pointed at the humans in front of him arrogantly. Among the humans, a late-stage primal core human walked out with a cold look on his face. At this moment, Zichen waved his hand. That's enough. This battle ends here. I'll bring the 15 of them in. The sky tiger demon turned to look at Zichen. His entire body was covered in blood, and his expression was sinister. He shouted at Zichen, "Why should I bring you in just because you say so? I want to fight. I want to kill the humans here. I want to kill all of them." Zichen frowned. What? You're not convinced? Then come here and let this Lord Tiger teach you a lesson. The sky tiger demon laughed maliciously and pointed at Zichen. He's too noisy. Make him shut up, said Zichen coldly. You want me to shut up? What a joke. Let me see. The sky tiger demon laughed disdainfully. But before he could finish speaking, a black shadow charged at him. The black shadow was as fast as lightning, causing the sky tiger demon's pupils to shrink. His disdainful expression instantly turned serious. Bang! The devil ape struck and a dull sound erupted. Although the sky tiger demon was prepared, he was still sent flying by the blow. The devil ape's attack was aimed at the sky tiger demon's mouth. Not only did it send the sky tiger demon flying, but it also broke a mouthful of teeth. Now you can't talk anymore. The devil ape snorted and a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He turned and walked towards Zichen. The sky tiger demon coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was accompanied by his teeth. His face was filled with shock and fear, and he was no longer arrogant. The devil ape's combat strength made many Dragonians' pupils shrink. They believed that they could achieve the same effect with one blow, but it would not be as easy as the devil ape. There were hundreds of primordial core realm experts on the human side, but only 15 of them were left. While they were envious of the 15, they could only leave. The 6 elders who had escorted Zichen here also took their leave after the battle ended. Zichen, the sky tiger demon, and the 15 humans stayed there and waited for the passageway to open. After waiting for 3 days, the passageway did not open. Therefore, the group of Dragonians could not sit still anymore and started to find something to do. For example, they verbally mocked the devil ape. The devil ape was furious. The devil ape was more straightforward. When he heard the Dragonians mocking him, he stood up and scolded them. Although he only scolded them twice, his voice was loud and everyone could hear him. The Dragonians felt embarrassed and the conflict between them escalated. You idiot. If you want to die, just say it. The devil ape stood up instantly. A cold light flashed in his eyes and a violent aura surged around him. The Dragonians were also hot-tempered. The two of them immediately started fighting. At the beginning of the battle, the two of them were evenly matched. The Dragonians at the side sneered and said that the Dragonians had not shown their combat skills and the devil ape was only SOSO. In response, the devil ape was infuriated. He took out his black rod and struck it more than 10 times. Each strike contained a powerful force, like black dragons surging. In the face of the devil ape's powerful attacks, even the Dragonians who had shown their powerful combat skills were still beaten back by the devil ape. In the end, they were injured and almost died. Whoever is not convinced can come up. Today, I will beat you until you are convinced. The devil ape with the black rod looked very domineering. There were some Dragonians who were furious. However, after facing the devil ape one-on-one, they had almost no chance of winning. 6 Dragonians were beaten half to death by the devil ape, which shocked everyone. At this point, no one dared to provoke him anymore. The leader of the demon race did not speak. Even when the devil ape injured the Dragonians, he did not say a word. Behind Zichen, the 15 humans were watching with their blood boiling. The devil ape's actions greatly increased the prestige of the humans. When they looked at the other demon race in the distance, they were all very wary. On the 10th day since Zichen arrived, the space in front of him suddenly began to tremble. Everyone who was sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed opened their eyes and looked at the place where the space was trembling. There was a ripple in front of them. Then, the ripple spread and enlarged. A black hole slowly appeared in the middle of the ripple. After the black hole expanded, it became a passage. When the energy around the passage stabilized, the trial passage was considered to be fully opened. Zichen, my name is Long Feng. If we have the chance to meet, I will not hold back. The leader of the Dragonians was the first to stand up. After taking a look at Zichen, he stepped into the passage. I won't either. Just as the Dragonians disappeared, Zichen's voice was heard. Then, a group of demon race members entered the passage, followed by Zichen and the rest. After everyone had entered the passageway, the entire passageway slowly dissipated when no one entered it for a long time. Chapter 753. Entering the passageway and stepping onto the ancient smelting trial road, in Zichen's heart, this was definitely a lonely and dangerous road. However, when Zichen appeared in the passageway and saw everything in front of him, he was instantly dumbfounded. Similarly, the humans who had appeared with Zichen and the demons who had entered earlier were also dumbfounded. Here, they were all here. Everyone was together. Both sides looked at each other with confusion written all over their faces. Then, the group looked forward again. Lord Zichen. The 15 humans walked towards Zichen. The demons around them also began to gather together. What's going on? Aren't we going to the ancient road? Why are we here? Looking at the huge square in front of them, everyone was puzzled. This was a huge square surrounded by low mountains. If the square was only slightly bigger, they would not have paid attention to it. However, at this moment, there were at least a few hundred people gathered in the square, and these people were all looking at them at the moment. Hey, you guys hurry up and come down. Don't block the way. At this moment, a burly man shouted at Zichen's side. You've come so late. Hurry up and come down. What are you still standing there for? Soon, dissatisfied complaints came from the crowd. Zichen and the others suddenly understood. Then, they looked down at their feet and found that they were on a high platform. Under the platform, there were neat and dense patterns. Zichen, who had some understanding of matrices, knew that this was a transmission matrix. The passageway they had stepped into should be a transmission matrix, and the destination was here. Because they were stunned, they did not immediately react. This directly angered the people below. Immediately, several beams of energy shot towards the high platform. Some were aimed at the demons, and some were aimed at the humans. This is the ultimate energy of an Empyrean warrior. Zichen's pupils shrank. He found that among the energy that was rushing towards him, there was an ultimate energy. In addition, there were some other energies that were surging with extraordinary auras. With so many energies coming towards them, the 15 humans were obviously frightened. They had just arrived here and did not know what was going on, but they had already encountered such strong cultivators. They instantly lost confidence in their journey on the ancient road. Bang! Bang! The sound of energy vibrating resounded at the edge of the high platform. It was the incoming energy that was being crushed. On Zichen's side, the devil ape was the one who attacked. He held the black rod and swept it violently. Many of the approaching energy were crushed in a decisive and swift manner. It was a dragonoid from the Shifter clan that attacked, but it was not the leader of the dragonoid, Long Feng. His hands turned into dragon claws and destroyed all the energy in front of him. After the two of them made their move, The numerous energy waves that had been shot at them exploded one after another. The remnant energy waves also dissipated and did not touch anyone. As for the people who had been impatient and urging them to hurry up, they instantly shut their mouths. It seemed that both sides on the high platform had experts overseeing them. Seeing the dead silence in the square, Chen sneered in his heart. It seemed that no matter where one was, the principle of the strong being respected would never change. Don't just stand there, come down quickly. Everyone has waited here for so long. We don't want to wait for a few more years. Come down quickly. Just as the square fell into dead silence, two more voices came from the crowd. They were two young men. One of them was looking straight at Chen in the crowd, while the other was looking at Long Feng. Clearly, the two of them had already figured out who the real leader of the group was. Let's go down. Chen led his people down the high platform. On the other side, a group of Shifter clan members also walked down the high platform. Hey, what kind of weirdos came this time? Just now, there was actually fear in many people's eyes. They dared to come to the ancient road, but they are actually afraid of death. They are really weird. As Chen and the others walked down the high platform, they heard many discussions around them. Moreover, many cultivators were looking at Chen and pointing at them. Clearly, they were talking about them. Behind Chen, the 15 Dan essence cultivators were ashamed and angry. They could not wait to find a hole to hide in. The group had just arrived, and their faces were still in a state of confusion. They still did not understand where this place was, and why these people were here. From the tone of their voices, it seemed that they had been here for many years. Questions appeared in Chen's mind one after another. However, at this moment, Chen realized that many people were looking at them with extremely unfriendly gazes. In addition to unfriendliness, Chen also vaguely felt murderous intent. Among these people, there was no lack of people who wanted to kill them. Unfamiliar with the environment here, Chen did not intend to cause trouble. He was prepared to wait and see. A human man walked to the back of Chen's group and approached a Dan essence cultivator. He patted him on the shoulder and said, "Hey, friend, my name is Luo Ku. You must have been scared just now." Luo Ku had a kind smile on his face. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. This Dan essence cultivator from the Wei clan also smiled at him. "You've just arrived, so you'll get used to it. Moreover, you're considered lucky. Previously, many people were directly blasted to death on the battle platform." Luo Ku smiled and said, "Seeing that you're covered in cold sweat, I'll give you something good to calm you down." Hearing this, the Wei clan Dan essence was moved. The other party had obviously been here for a long time and had some understanding of the environment. Therefore, he decided to understand from the other party. Then, Luo Ku took out a gourd and said mysteriously, "This is definitely something good. It's hard to get here, so hurry up and try it." The gourd seemed to be filled with some kind of liquid. After gently shaking it, the Wei clan Dan essence's face was full of curiosity. Out of caution and etiquette, he only took a small sip and then passed the gourd to the other party. "How does it taste?" Luo Ku took the gourd from the Wei clan Dan essence. The smile on his face became more and more mysterious. This was a kind of sweet juice. After entering the stomach, there would be a cooling feeling, making one's spirit clear and refreshed. The Wei clan Dan essence's face showed a smile, but before he could say not bad, he fell to the ground. After the Wei clan Dan essence fell to the ground, Luo Ku took the gourd and left. However, before he left, he showed off the things in his hand. It was a spiritual ring and a late-stage primordial core. Looking at the Wei clan Dan essence again, his spiritual ring was gone. The primordial core in Abdomen's hand was also dug out by Luo Ku the moment he fell. The Wei clan Dan essence's death happened in an instant. After the other party fell to the ground, Chen noticed. When he turned around, Luo Ku had already taken the things and left at an extremely fast speed. Lord Chen. After silently killing a Dan essence, the fear that had just disappeared from the faces of the 14 Dan essences reappeared. To be honest, some of them were envious of the Wei clan Dan essence. Someone actually took the initiative to talk to him, but they didn't expect to lose their life after just a few words. Moreover, who would have thought that this seemingly harmless guy would attack in an instant, and in such a ruthless manner? What's going on? Zichen walked towards the dead Wei clan Dan Essence and looked around. He's dead. Is there a need to ask? Can't you see? Many of the cultivators looked at Zichen mockingly as if they were watching a monkey show. Not far away, a mocking voice sounded. It was Luo Ku, the one who killed the Wei clan Dan Essence. I know he's dead. What I mean is, are you going to kill people randomly here and no one cares? No one cares. Zichen looked at Luo Ku. Are you an idiot? What kind of place is this? Who would be so bored as to care about such things? Luo Ku's face was full of mockery. Luo Ku succeeded again. Sigh, he killed one last time, and now he's killed another one. It seems like his harvest is not small. We're about to leave this place. Of course, the bigger the harvest, the better. Discussions broke out again. Many of the cultivators looked envious. What they cared about was Luo Ku killing the enemy. As for the dead Wei clan Dan Essence, no one cared. No one even looked at him. No one cares. So what you mean is that you can kill whoever you want here? Zichen's eyes grew colder and colder. Of course, that's on the premise that you have the ability. But looking at you guys, it seems like you should be worried about when you'll be killed instead of thinking about killing others, Luo Ku continued. He stood a few meters away from Zichen and had no intention of running away. It was unknown whether he was confident or unaware of the approaching danger. We're new here, so we're not familiar with this place. Can you explain it to us in detail? Zichen looked at Luo Ku, and a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. You want me, Luo Ku, to explain it to you? Who do you think you are? A Xiantian martial artist? Are you worthy? Luo Ku looked at Zichen with disdain. But in his heart, he thought, this guy is indeed inexperienced. He hasn't even heard of my name. You'll know soon enough if I'm worthy or not. Zichen's smile turned colder. Then, he shouted, Devil Ape. The Devil Ape rushed forward, turning into a black light and heading straight for Luo Ku. Ayo, you want to fight for real? But first, you have to catch up with yours truly. Luo Ku let out a strange cry and started moving. His speed was fast, almost extreme. His footwork was strange. He did not fight the Devil Ape head-on. Instead, he dodged continuously. And every time he dodged the Devil Ape's attack, he missed it by a hair's breadth. This was either due to luck or absolute confidence in his own speed. You want to catch the cat spirit, Luo Ku? Dream on. Luo Ku has killed many people here. If he was so easy to catch, he would have died many times over. So what if he can catch him? Luo Ku's combat power is not something an ordinary person can compare with. Since there was a battle to watch, everyone dispersed and looked at the field with ridicule. From their expressions and discussions, it could be seen that they thought highly of Luo Ku. But soon, everyone's voices and expressions froze in the next moment. The cat spirit, Luo Ku, was dodging the Devil Ape's attack by a hair's breadth. He kept retreating, and his face was full of ridicule and mockery. He felt that he was toying with his opponent. The cat spirit, Luo Ku, did not realize that there was a tall figure standing behind him, waiting for him for a long time. Chapter 754. Luo Ku didn't dare to move as he was gripped by the Devil Ape from behind. Then, the Devil Ape picked him up like a chicken. The civet Luo Ku was caught. He defeated the enemy in one move. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. Their faces were filled with disbelief. A living person was standing behind Luo Ku, but the latter didn't notice it at all. You think you're a civet? Bah, don't insult the word civet. The Devil Ape held Luo Ku's neck and spat out a mouthful of phlegm on the ground. Then, it dragged Luo Ku towards Zichen. What do you want? Luo Ku's face was pale without any color. This was naturally related to the Devil Ape holding his neck, but it was mostly due to fear. Today, he had failed to recognize Mount Tai. He hadn't realized that the other party had only been attacking his doppelganger. Now that he was being controlled, it was as if his life no longer belonged to him. Answer whatever I ask you. Cooperate and I'll keep you alive. If you don't, you know the consequences, Zichen said indifferently. Ask. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. Luo Ku nodded quickly. Where is this place? Zichen asked the first question. This is the starting point of the ancient road. Only by leaving here can we truly enter the ancient road, Luo Ku replied. Then why aren't you leaving? What are you doing here? Zichen asked the second question. The passage to the ancient road is opened at the same time. It will only open when there are 3,000 people. Luo Ku was very cooperative. Third question, why did you suddenly kill someone? We don't seem to have any enmity with you. On the ancient road, everyone can be an enemy. If you kill one now, there will be one less enemy in the future. Feeling that something was wrong, Luo Ku said, No, I didn't kill him because there would be one less enemy. I killed him for resources. It is said that resources are extremely scarce on the ancient road. There is even news that some trial grounds don't even have enough world energy to replenish. When Zichen heard this, he frowned slightly. Since you already knew about this, why didn't you bring more resources when you came? Also, you've been waiting for so many years. Could it be that you only have a few hundred people? How long would it take to gather 3,000 people? We found out about it in the tavern when we came here. We didn't know about it before, but we're close to gathering 3,000 people. If we still can't gather 3,000 people, then the passage will open in the 9th year. Tavern? There's a tavern here? Zichen was surprised. Yes, just outside the square, behind the mountain. Luo Ku did not suppress his words. Therefore, all the demons were listening attentively. In addition, some of the people who had arrived earlier were also listening attentively. But the others didn't care at all, because as long as one left the plaza and spent a drop of low-grade origin liquid, one would be able to obtain this information. At that moment, the teleportation formation on the high platform lit up again. This time, more than 10 people appeared on the high platform. When the latter appeared, his expression was almost the same as that of Zichen and the others. He shouted angrily while he was still in a daze. Facing the angry rebuke of the crowd, the group of people was also slightly stunned. They didn't immediately leave the teleportation formation. Therefore, they also faced the numerous energy attacks. In this group, there were no existences comparable to the Devil Ape and the Dragon Man. Their strength was slightly weaker, so they were hit by many energy attacks. Under the explosions of energy, an unlucky person unfortunately died. Then, a figure like lightning rushed onto the high platform at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, he took the primordial core and spirit ring of the other party and flew back like lightning. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Zichen's gaze was fixed on the man who had turned into lightning. The other party's speed seemed to be almost comparable to his. His called speed ghost. His speed is even faster than mine. Once he shows his extreme speed, in this group of thousands, he's definitely above average, or even slightly above average, Luo Ku said again. This kind of speed is only slightly above average. Zichen was a little surprised. Then, he asked, so you mean that there are many people here who can suppress him? Even if there aren't 50 people who can suppress him in terms of speed, there are at least 40. There are at least 10 people who can match him in terms of speed, and there are at least 200 people who can surpass him in terms of combat power. In just a short sentence, Zichen had a better understanding of the ancient road of trials. Indeed, this place was known as the strongest trial. There were indeed many powerful cultivators here. If you want to know anything, go to the tavern. You can find anything there. As long as you pay the price, you can even find out what's on the ancient road of trials. Because the owner of the tavern is a powerful cultivator who successfully came out of the ancient road of trials. Zichen's heart skipped a beat. Someone who successfully came out of the ancient road of trials was a powerful cultivator of the mortal origin stage. Alright, thank you for your information. Devil Ape, let him go. Zichen smiled lightly. After being let go by the Devil Ape, Luo Ku twisted his neck a few times. He pretended to be relaxed, but soon, he screamed, You guys actually. Zichen held a spirit ring in his hand and smiled. I only said I'll let you go, but I didn't say I'll let go of your spirit ring. As soon as he finished speaking, A terrifying spiritual thought appeared in Zichen's mind. Under this spiritual thought, Luo Ku's spirit ring was forcefully removed, and the latter coughed up blood in an instant. With one strike, the spirit ring was broken. This proved that the opponent's spiritual thought was much stronger than his. Luo Ku's face was extremely pale. Only now did he truly understand that the team in front of him was a truly powerful one. And the young man in front of him, who seemed to be the leader, seemed to be even stronger than the black ape. Zichen opened Luo Ku's spirit ring and counted the resources in an instant. He couldn't help but shake his head and curl his lips. I heard that you came here and killed many people, but there are only so many resources in your spirit ring. It seems like you're very poor. Luo Ku was speechless. If he was considered poor, then at least half of the thousands of cultivators here were poorer than him. What's in this? It's a type of poison. Zichen took out the gourd that had poisoned the Wei clan's elixir origin and shook it. There was liquid inside. Looking at the gourd, Luo Ku's eyes flashed with pain. He said, "This is a highly poisonous item refined by my clan using more than 1,000 types of non-poisonous plants. It's colorless and tasteless. It tastes sweet in the mouth, but it can instantly destroy one's soul. Then it can kill all elixir origin experts." Zichen looked surprised. Strictly speaking, that's the case. But to kill an elixir origin expert with a strong soul, they have to drink more. This poison will destroy their soul after entering their stomach, so it's not realistic to kill a real elixir origin expert. After gaining a general understanding of this area, Zichen walked out of the square. The demon clan had already left. There were only a few hundred people in the square, but there were more than 10 people who were comparable to Sky Realm cultivators. And according to Luo Ku, there seemed to be even stronger existences. Therefore, even Zichen felt the pressure during this trial. As for the dozen or so people from the other forces, they all had looks of regret on their faces. The square was surrounded by mountains. After following the mountains to the exit and leaving the square, Zichen saw a large open space. There were scattered buildings in this open space. One of them was a tavern, and next to the tavern was a 3-story building. There was a tattered wooden sign in front of the building with the word room written on it. It seemed to be a place to stay. Other than that, there were a few small houses in the open space. They were all made of wood. Even from a distance, Zichen could see the thumb-sized holes in them. Zichen doubted that these small houses could be lived in. Perhaps in the middle of the night, the wooden houses would be blown down by the strong wind. Other than the buildings, what Zichen saw the most were cultivators. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5. Some were chatting, and some were meditating. The appearance of Zichen's group only attracted the attention of a few people. Among these people, there was no lack of people who stood alone, but often, there would be a state of emptiness within a radius of more than 10 meters around them. When the crowd glanced at these people while talking and laughing, there would be a deep fear in the depths of their eyes. After Zichen entered this open space, his gaze started to sweep across the crowd of humans, especially the female cultivators. Zichen would deliberately look at them. When he came here, he did not sense the presence of Longhu. Therefore, Zichen concluded that Wang Xian was not here. Furthermore, after hearing from Luo Ku that this place opened once every 9 years, he did not expect to see Wang Xian. At this moment, Zichen was searching among the female cultivators. He also wanted to see if Lin Shui or Su Mengyaro would be among them. Although the chances of meeting them were very slim, it was not impossible. Zichen's gaze swept across the crowd of female cultivators. He attracted a lot of ridicule and angry provocation. However, he did not find anything. The chances of this happening are very small. However, if you can successfully complete the ancient path, you might meet them. The monk beside him, who knew who Zichen was looking for, said faintly. Zichen nodded. Then, he turned around and looked at the only tavern here. "You want to go in and find out more about the ancient path of trials?" The monk asked again. "The more I know about the unknown ancient path of trials, the higher my chances of survival." After saying that, Zichen walked towards the tavern. The devil ape and the monk followed closely behind. The group of 15 elixir primordial cultivators wanted to follow as well. However, When they saw the small tavern and the number of people on their side, they gave up on the idea of entering. However, the group of 15 still took a few steps forward and tried their best to get closer to the tavern. Just as he reached the entrance of the tavern, Zichen saw cultivators standing in the tavern. Moreover, from the corner of his eye, he could see that there were already many people in the tavern. The small tavern was actually filled to the brim. This made Zichen a little stunned and surprised. This seemed like a place to buy information and find out more about the ancient path of trials. However, there were many people drinking here. Could it really be a tavern? Zichen tried to walk into the tavern. This was because he saw that although the tavern was full, there was still room for people to stand inside. Zichen was only there to find out more information, not to drink. Therefore, it was fine as long as there was room for battle. Chapter 755. The one who blocked Zichen's path was a brawny man. His thick arms were clearly powerful. After blocking Zichen, he said coldly, "This place is full. Come back next time." The brawny man blocking the way made Zichen unable to determine if he was from the tavern or another faction. However, he had already taken a step into the tavern and could see some things inside. Just like the entire wooden tavern, the tables and stools here were all made of wood. Moreover, they were made of a substance that gave off a dark glow. The wooden tables and stools gave off a glossy glow. This made Zichen unable to determine whether they were made of a special substance or had accumulated grease stains over the years. The wooden tables in the tavern were arranged in 2 rows. Zichen could only see 4 in each row. Presumably, there should be 8 wooden tables here. Although he didn't know if there were any empty seats beyond his line of sight, there were 2 tables that Zichen could see that were empty. At the other 2 tables sat 2 youths. With a single glance, Zichen found that this place wasn't as crowded as he had imagined. In fact, it was very spacious. Thus, Zichen made a move to go forward. The brawny man exerted force in his arms, causing his veins to bulge as he blocked Zichen's path. His previously cold voice became even colder as he shouted, "Full. I already saw an empty seat." Zichen, who had just arrived, didn't want to cause trouble. He spoke calmly. "We've already reserved the place. Do you understand?" The brawny man shouted at Zichen in a loud voice. "I don't care. I'm here to buy information." Zichen spoke again. "Come back tomorrow." The brawny man stood in front of him and said bluntly. With such a scene occurring, there should have been someone in the tavern paying attention to this place. However, there wasn't a single person. The 2 youths sitting alone didn't even glance at Zichen. They were both looking at the wine in their cups. It seemed that this thing was more interesting than a lively scene. "Sana, why waste words with him? Just give him a drop of liquefied origin essence and send him away." At this moment, a voice rang out from the tavern. The voice came from somewhere out of Zichen's line of sight. The voice was indifferent and sounded very young. It was probably another young man. The burly man named Sana nodded. Then, with a flash of brilliance, a drop of low-grade yuan liquid appeared in his hand. Taking out the low-grade yuan liquid, the brawny man impatiently threw it at Zichen and coldly said, "Here, take it and get lost." The low-grade essence liquid flew directly towards Zichen's face like a bolt of lightning. Coupled with the fact that it was so close, almost no one could avoid it. But Zichen just so happened to dodge. In fact, he didn't dodge at all. He simply extended a finger and lightly flicked it in front of him. The low-grade yuan liquid that had just flown in a straight line suddenly flew back in a diagonal arc. Because the burly man was taller than Zichen, the low-grade yuan liquid flew diagonally upwards, heading straight for the burly man's face. To be able to counterattack at such a close distance, the burly man's eyes flashed. Then, his fists danced, crisscrossing in front of him. One fist was aimed at the low-grade yuan liquid, while the other was aimed at Zichen's face. Bang! With a crisp sound, the low-grade yuan liquid exploded. It didn't explode at the burly man's fist, but at his face. Like a water droplet shattering, the exploding low-grade yuan liquid splashed all over the burly man's face. Then, just as the burly man's other fist was about to hit, a huge force emerged from the splattered yuan liquid and directly sent the burly man flying. Then, There was another muffled explosion. The flying man smashed through the wooden house behind him, as if it was a human-shaped wooden door. Outside the human-shaped wooden house, the burly man fell to the ground and let out a miserable scream. Fresh blood flowed out of his face. Although a simple blow that sent the burly man flying didn't shock everyone present, it still made the pupils of many cultivators shrink. Many who wanted to enter the tavern had experienced the burly man's strength. It was almost unfathomable, but now he was sent flying with a single blow. Chen strode into the tavern, followed closely by the monk and the devil ape. There were indeed 8 tables in the tavern, but now, 5 of them were occupied and 3 were empty. Of the 5 tables, except for 2 that were occupied alone, the rest were occupied by groups of 3 to 5 cultivators. There were both men and women, and they were all very young. At this moment, the eyes of the young men and women at the 3 tables fell on Chen. Apart from a few of them showing curiosity, most of them were angry, as if blaming Chen for interrupting their drinking. As for the 2 that were sitting alone, they still didn't look at Chen and were quietly sipping their wine. After Chen retracted his gaze landed on the counter of the tavern. On top of the shiny counter, there was a crystal bottle, and within the bottle, there was a strange substance. There were slender plants, gorgeous flowers, and even some animal parts. Then, Chen's pupils shrank slightly. Among the various things, he saw a heart that looked very much like a human heart. These things were all soaked in a pale golden liquid, and Chen happened to see that these people's wine glasses were also filled with the same pale golden liquid. There was only such a crystal bottle on the counter, and there was nothing else behind it. It seemed that this was the only kind of wine that was sold here. After his gaze moved away from the crystal bottle, Chen saw a one-eyed man standing behind the counter. He seemed to be the boss here. At this moment, the other party was also sizing up Chen. When their gazes met, Chen didn't see the wisdom and vicissitudes of life in the other party's eyes. Instead, he saw turbidity and a bit of world-weariness and helplessness. It was as if the business of the tavern that he tried his best to maintain wasn't good and was about to close down. Before Chen could say anything, the one-eyed man said, "You've damaged this place. You'll need 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid to compensate for the repairs." 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid was not cheap. Let alone a wooden house, it would be enough to compensate for 1,000 or so houses. Chen didn't argue, and only nodded, "Okay." Hearing Chen agree to compensate, a smile clearly appeared on the one-eyed man's face, as if a customer had finally arrived in a declining tavern. He warmly welcomed them. "Since you've come, you're a guest. You're welcome to try our tavern's most exquisite wine." The most exquisite, it seemed, could only be called the only wine. Chen and the other 2 sat down, and the one-eyed man began to pour wine for the 3 of them. He then walked out of the counter and delivered the wine to the 3 of them. During this time, no one continued to obstruct Chen, nor did anyone deliberately cause trouble. The burly man's screams had already stopped, as if nothing had happened. The one-eyed man walked with a limp and was extremely unsteady. However, not a single drop of wine spilled from the 3 wine cups in his hands. Chen had originally thought that the other party was a cripple, but after sweeping his gaze over him, he discovered that not only was the other party one-eyed, he was also one-legged. Where his leg had been, there was a black wooden prosthetic leg. Seeing this scene, Chen stood up and received the 3 cups that were clearly a size larger than the others. A hint of gratitude appeared on the one-eyed man's face. "Many thanks. That'll be 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid." Chen was somewhat astonished. Could it be that he really only wanted them to taste the wine? The wine was free. However, he didn't ask, and instead paid for everything. It seemed that there was something strange about this place. Chen didn't want to be nosy. He had only come to scout for information. "Boss, you must have miscalculated." Just as Chen handed over the yuan liquid, a voice sounded from the side. This voice belonged to the same person who had spoken to the burly man before. It was a young man sitting at the table next to Chen. "Did I miscalculate?" "No, 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid. There's no mistake." The one-eyed man looked at the young man in surprise. It was hard to imagine that such a one-eyed, one-legged man would be a powerhouse who had successfully passed the path of the trial. 10 drops of low-grade yuan liquid is compensation for the loss of the tavern, but you didn't include the money for the wine this time. For us to drink a small cup, it'll cost 20 drops. For the 3 of them to drink a large cup, they'll have to pay at least 50 drops. The 3 of them will add up to 150. That'll be a total of 160 drops. The young man who had spoken before began to calculate for the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man nodded. That makes sense. It should indeed be 160 drops. However, someone has already paid for his wine, but there's no compensation. Someone paid? Who? 2 voices rang out in the tavern at the same time. One was Zi Chen, the other was the young man. After speaking, the young man looked at Zi Chen, but Zi Chen didn't pay him any attention. Instead, he stared at the one-eyed man. That person paid Zi Chen's wine money in advance. You're probably the one I'm talking about. The one-eyed man looked at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded again and again. He anxiously asked, Senior, is the person you're talking about a man or a woman? Where is he now? The monstrous ape and the monk also looked at the one-eyed man at the same time. The one-eyed man smiled. Just call me boss. I like that name. Okay, boss. May I ask who it is? Zi Chen asked again. No comment. The one-eyed man suddenly said. Then, he turned around and limped back to the counter. Zi Chen, who was full of joy, instantly became dejected and disappointed. It was as if he had clearly hit the air with all his strength. That kind of powerlessness was unbearable. Senior, no, boss, can you tell me if it's a man or a woman? Zi Chen asked unwillingly. The one-eyed man shook his head. No comment. Zi Chen had the urge to immediately slap the other party to death, but he knew that the other party was very strong. His mortal appearance was just an illusion. Since he couldn't use force, he could only use money. Zi Chen said, I'll pay. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. Do you want to buy information? Yes, I want to buy information. Zi Chen nodded, but he was already gritting his teeth. Good. Ask the question first, then I'll give you a discount. I promise to be fair and honest. The one-eyed man put on an expression that said, I'll give you a clear price. Is the person who paid for my wine a man or a woman? Zi Chen asked. This question is worth 10 drops of low-grade liquid. The one-eyed man didn't answer immediately. Instead, he first stated the price. I'll pay. Good. She's a woman. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up. Because I rarely see women like her, I'll give you another one for free. She's very beautiful. Is there a mutated beast by her side? This is also worth 10 drops of low-grade liquid. I'll pay. Chapter 756. What? Didn't pay attention? That counts as an answer. It's also worth 10 drops of liquefied origin essence. Zi Chen's eyes widened. Does that count as a question? 1 drop of low-grade liquefied origin essence, replied the one-eyed man. Boss, please think about it again. This person is very important to me, said Zi Chen. This question is worth 10 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence, said the one-eyed man. Zi Chen was so angry that his nose was about to go crooked. He had already guessed what the other party's answer would be after he paid. It would definitely be something along the lines of, oh, I didn't remember. Although he had a lot of resources on him, Zi Chen wouldn't waste them like this. That's not a question, said Zi Chen snappily. Disdainful mockery came from the neighboring seats. They could already tell that Zi Chen's question was worthless. Zi Chen ignored them. After thinking about how to ask, he asked again, is it her? This time, Zi Chen sent out a spiritual thought with Wang Xianer's appearance in it. This question is worth 100 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. The one-eyed man thought for a moment and said. He seemed to have guessed that after this answer, there would be no more liquefied origin essence to earn. This time, he asked for 10 times the previous price. Okay, I'll pay. A total of 120 drops of liquefied origin essence. Yes, said the one-eyed man directly. It really is Xian Er. Zi Chen was excited. This news was enough to prove that Xiana had arrived here and had already stepped onto the ancient road. Only one question is worth 100 drops of liquefied origin essence. The devil ape was speechless. Does that count as a question? 1 drop of liquefied origin essence. The one-eyed man's eyes lit up and he looked at the devil ape again. Pretend I didn't say anything. The devil ape was speechless at the one-eyed man's greed. I have another piece of information about her here. It's worth 100 drops of liquefied origin essence. You should be interested. Seeing that Zi Chen wasn't taking the initiative to ask, the one-eyed man began to tempt him again. Okay, I'll pay. Before she stepped onto the ancient road, she provoked some people and attracted quite a bit of trouble for her, said the one-eyed man after some thought. Who? Zi Chen asked. He didn't ask about the trouble, but who the person was. Obviously, he had thought about it carefully and was afraid that the other party would give an irrelevant answer. Since you're a big client, I'll give you this information for free. Among the people she offended, there are sky martial artists. When Zi Chen heard this news, his expression instantly became gloomy. The battle prowess of a heaven-level martial artist was extremely strong. Once Xian encountered one, she would naturally be in danger. Just now, you said that girl was very beautiful. Did a heaven-level warrior take a fancy to her and wanted to do something with her, but she refused? A mocking voice came from the side. It was the same youth from before. This piece of information is worth 1,000 drops of low-grade liquefied elemental essence. The one-eyed man looked at the youth. Forget it. Pretend I didn't say anything. The young man waved his hand. At this point, it seemed like there was no need to ask any more questions. The next step was to ask about the ancient trial road. What's the value of information about the ancient road? Zi Chen hesitated for a moment before asking again. Currently, he did not know where to start asking about the ancient road. One question ranges from 10 to 100 drops of liquefied elemental essence. If you can give me 500 drops, I can tell you everything. As soon as the topic of the ancient road was brought up, the one-eyed man lost all interest. He used a black rag to wipe the glossy counter. Okay, I'll give it to you. Zi Chen readily agreed. Zi Chen's straightforwardness caused the one-eyed man to view him in a new light. I didn't expect you to be so generous. If I had known earlier, I would have asked you for 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence. Zi Chen did not answer. He only wanted to hear about the ancient road. You have to be careful when you enter the ancient road. It's filled with all kinds of dangers, and you can lose your life at any time. Even someone like you, who thinks you're a cut above others, will die an ugly death. The one-eyed man continued wiping the counter. On that road, there are many things to be wary of. Whether you can successfully survive the ancient road does not depend on how strong you are, but how lucky you are. Whether you can survive or not depends on your strength. When I entered the ancient road back then, I was the most ordinary one, but in the end, I came out alive. As for those who think their noses are in the sky, they seem to have long since become nourishment for the ancient road. Here, he paused. Zi Chen asked why, but the man told him that the 500 drops of liquefied elemental essence had been used up. You haven't finished yet. At the very least, you should tell me that some ancient roads are lacking in resources. There isn't even any spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It's very difficult to recover one's energy. You should have brought enough resources, Zi Chen said loudly. The one-eyed man glanced at Zi Chen again. Don't you already know? Why do you need me to repeat myself? Zi Chen slowly sat down and organized his thoughts. Today, he had been rendered speechless by this one-eyed man. Moreover, he had spent so much liquefied elemental essence, but he hadn't managed to get anything substantial out of him. Moreover, he could already tell that the other party would definitely not reveal any details about the ancient road. If he continued to ask, he would only be wasting resources for no reason. All right, since you're a rich customer, I'll give you another piece of information for free. The ancient road is divided into different grades and ranks. If someone like you, who thinks you're first class, enters a 9th grade ancient road, your chances of successfully passing through will be much higher than someone in the 9th grade. This information clearly had some value. The surrounding people didn't have any strange expressions. Of those who dared to come here to buy information, which one of them didn't think they were first class? If you want to have a better life on the ancient road and have a better chance of passing through, then don't provoke such an existence. If you want to have a better life, then you can try to bribe them. As for what kind of bribe, that will depend on your own ability. The bribe can be a beauty, a handsome man, a pet, a drop of liquefied elemental essence, or even someone to sleep with. As long as they're happy, it's fine. After saying this, the one-eyed man chuckled. 500 drops of liquefied elemental essence. This information seemed to be valuable. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, it seemed that they all knew about it. Zichen didn't plan on asking about the ancient road, but Xian'er's actions caused another idea to sprout in his mind. He immediately asked, "Can I also leave some liquefied elemental essence here to pay for other people's drinks?" As soon as he heard business, the one-eyed man's eyes lit up again. "Of course. I want to leave some for these two people. If they come but don't come in, I'll have to trouble you to call them. The price can be negotiated." Zichen once again sent out a message with the appearance of Lin Shui and Su Mengyao. "Haha, young man, your luck with women isn't shallow." The one-eyed man let out a strange laugh. "You're quite scheming as well." Zichen smiled but didn't say anything. In truth, he wanted to ask if the other party had seen the two of them before. However, he was afraid that the other party would continue to demand an exorbitant price, so he could only come up with this idea. If the two of them had already come and left, then the other party would naturally know that this transaction would never be completed, and so would refuse. Of course, all of this was just Zichen's guess. Perhaps the boss was a black-hearted fellow. But hearing him say that he was quite scheming, Zichen smiled. He knew that although the boss was greedy, he wasn't black-hearted. As for the two of them leaving, the boss didn't notice such a thing, so it naturally wouldn't happen. After all, the boss knew what had happened to Zichen outside the plaza. He naturally wouldn't mistake these two peerless beauties. "All right, I'll complete this transaction. If they don't come in, I'll call them in for a drink," the one-eyed man said. "You can tell them my identity. As for the price, I'll keep it." Zichen could imagine that if Lin Shui and Su Mengyao really did come and drink for free, they would definitely be curious about the person who paid in advance. If the boss was still so greedy, it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the two of them had already left when they took to the air. Zichen was worried that they didn't have many resources on them. "All right, I'll pass on your message." After saying this, the one-eyed man began to ponder, as if he was calculating how much he should ask for from Zichen. Sure enough, after a while, the one-eyed man said, "How about this? I'll erase all the zeros for you. You just need to give me 1,000 drops of low-grade yuan liquid." Zichen didn't haggle. Instead, he gave the other party enough yuan liquid. The one-eyed man was very satisfied with the yuan liquid he received. Having received useful information, Zichen pretended to leave. However, the big cups of wine in front of the three of them remained untouched. "Leaving without drinking? That's very wasteful," the man sitting alone at the first table suddenly said. Zichen was startled and stopped. "It's indeed very wasteful. This thing can only be found in the ancient road. The outside world can't drink it even if they want to. Apart from the fact that the wine itself is extraordinary, the things used to make it are even more extraordinary. Do you see that heart? That's a living creature's heart." The second man sitting alone also said. The two of them hadn't said anything, nor had they looked at Zichen. However, at this moment, because Zichen and the other two didn't drink, they both spoke up. Among Zichen's group, the monk was a monk. Although he had already broken all kinds of precepts, the only thing he didn't touch was meat and wine. Zichen himself didn't care about wine. Although it had helped him a lot in the past, the feeling of dizziness after drinking it made Zichen extremely unhappy. In comparison, the devil ape liked wine and meat. Of course, the quality of meat was greater. Without needing Zichen's instructions, the devil ape walked back to its seat, picked up a big cup of wine, and downed it in an instant. Moreover, it downed 3 cups in a row. Such an action that was comparable to a cow drinking attracted the attention of everyone. This time, everyone was included. The wine seemed to be a little spicy. After the devil ape drank it, it stuck out its tongue and bared its teeth. Moreover, when it breathed out, there was actually a wave of heat within it. After drinking, the devil ape took a step forward. Its body actually swayed a little. The devil ape shook its head and said, "The wine is quite strong." Then, the devil ape stepped forward and followed Chen and the monk away, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded people. Even the one-eyed man looked a little stunned. Chapter 757. Chen's group of 3 walked out of the tavern. Outside, quite a few people looked at them curiously. There were also some who looked at the 3 of them with gazes full of ridicule and pity. After the demonic ape walked out of the tavern, its body began to sway. Chen turned to look at the demonic ape. "I don't feel well." The demonic ape shook its head. "That wine is too strong. It feels like fire." As it spoke, waves of blazing flames gushed out of its mouth. As expected, the waves of flames ignited after leaving its body. Immediately after, flames spewed out of the demonic ape's mouth, nose, and ears. The waves of flames swept out, bringing with them a scorching heat. Quite a few people's expressions changed, and they subconsciously retreated. "How is it?" Chen's face was clearly filled with worry. The demonic ape continued to shake its head, not speaking. It was afraid that if it opened its mouth, more flames would come out. He drank so much of the ancient trial wine that he brewed himself. If he doesn't die, he'll have a small stroke of good fortune. But looking at his condition, the chances of him dying are much higher. The youth's loathsome voice came from behind Chen. This was a group of 4. After Chen walked out, they also walked out. Among the 4, there were 2 men and 2 women. Their eyes flashed with an extremely unfriendly light. As for the burly man who had been sent flying by Chen, he walked over from the distance, looking at Chen with a cold gaze. Chen ignored the burly man and swept his gaze over the 4 people. "There's a matter." "Of course there's a matter. You injured one of our people just now, and you haven't paid any compensation," said the youth indifferently. Seeing this, the surrounding cultivators scattered. Clearly, there was a conflict to be resolved. And in the world of cultivators, the only way to resolve conflicts was through battle. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Chen asked indifferently. "This person was beaten so badly by you that his face was covered in blood. It's too horrible to look at, and his face is already disfigured. I don't want to bully you or extort you. Give me 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, and we'll forget about this matter," said the youth. 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, even if it wasn't extortion. This caused quite a few people to wonder how much he would ask for if he really wanted to extort. 1,000 drops of liquefied elemental essence is indeed reasonable. Hearing this, Chen smiled, then pointed at the brawny man and said, "Because of him, I lost 1,000 drops of yuan liquid in the tavern. If you guys are willing to compensate me, this matter can be considered over. When we meet in the future, we'll still be strangers." When the youth heard this, he was so angry that he instead laughed, saying, "What did you say? You want us to compensate you with 1,000 drops of essence? The reason why you spent 1,000 drops of essence was also because of us. It seems that there's nothing wrong with your hearing." Chen nodded with a faint smile on his face. In the surroundings, everyone clearly understood what was going on. Both sides felt that their words were reasonable. Naturally, it was also because they felt that they were the strongest. That was why they were so confident in their provocation. "Good, very good. I, Yarrow Tingfei, never would have thought that I, Yarrow Tingfei, would be able to encounter a weirdo who dares to challenge and blackmail me on the ancient road." There was obvious anger on the youth's face as he shouted, "I have plenty of liquefied elemental essence. Since you feel that you're in the right, then I have my reasons as well. Then let's settle this with a battle. 5 against 3. Humph, let's see who has a better chance of winning." Battles between cultivators have always been based on combat strength, not numbers. Moreover, I want to tell you clearly that I've never bullied or blackmailed you. I really did spend 1,000 drops of essence just now, Chen replied coldly. Then, the battle unfolded without any suspense. The four youths, in addition to the brawny man from before, charged towards Zichen's group. The five of them attacked together, but they didn't display any fierce battle techniques as expected. Instead, they used pure physical strength and elemental energy attacks. Moreover, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the five of them weren't using their full strength. On Zichen's side, the three of them also made their moves. Zichen clenched a fist with one hand and rushed towards Yarrow Tingfei. His fist, which was emitting a faint golden light, was aimed directly at the other party's face. Ha! Yarrow Tingfei shouted loudly. He also clenched his fist and punched towards Zichen with a single fist. A sharp whistling sound rang out in the air as their fists collided with a loud explosion. A wave of energy visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions as their fists collided. Zichen stood in place, unmoving. He pulled back his fist after the first punch. On the other hand, Yarrow Tingfei was actually forced back 3 steps, leaving behind 3 deep footprints on the ground. The two sides exchanged blows, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. On the other side, the demonic ape's body was also spitting out flames. After a single attack, it knocked back a young woman and the brawny man from before. 2 loud sounds rang out from the monk's side. The other 2 were also forced back several steps. You do have some tricks up your sleeve. However, we only used 30% of our strength just now. If you know what's good for you, hand over your liquefied elemental essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet. Yarrow Tingfei, who'd been forced back, had a mocking expression on his face. Zichen also smiled faintly, saying, "I don't like to talk nonsense. If you don't accept it, I'll beat you until you do." As his words fell, a golden light flashed under Zichen's feet as he rushed towards Yarrow Tingfei. At the same time, he punched again, a faint golden light surging on his fist. "Let's see who's going to back down this time." Yarrow Tingfei snorted coldly. Then, he clenched his fist and punched Zichen. Boom! Another loud sound rang out. Yarrow Tingfei was forced back 3 steps again. It was still the same 3 steps from before, but this time, the footprints were deeper. Yarrow Tingfei's expression became unnatural. He shouted coldly, again. Then, he took the initiative to dash forward. Zichen also punched, but this time, the faint golden light on his fist was slightly brighter. 3 steps, and still 3 steps. After being forced back for the 3rd time, Yarrow Tingfei's expression became ugly. Then, he didn't believe it and attacked Zichen for the 4th time. This time, Zichen's fist emitted a dazzling light. The dazzling golden light penetrated through his body, and the extremely pure energy aura made many people's expressions change slightly. Boom! In the 4th exchange, Yarrow Tingfei was forced back 7 or 8 steps. As he staggered, he almost fell into the tavern. Extreme energy, sky-level warrior. In the distance, numerous cries of surprise sounded out, and the gazes that many people looked at Zichen already had an additional wisp of fear. Of course, Lord Zichen isn't. Many people exclaimed in surprise. One of the elixir primordial cultivators who came with Zichen heard this, and a proud look appeared on his face. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by a spiritual thought from Zichen. "Shut up. If you don't want to die, don't expose yourself." Zichen's voice rang out in the consciousness of the 15 Dan primordial experts at the same time. Their expressions changed and they no longer said anything. They clearly understood the meaning of Zichen's words. While Zichen and Yarrow Tingfei were fighting, the devil ape and tyrant didn't do anything. They just quietly watched. The 4 people opposite them did the same. Stepping on this ancient path, everyone could be a potential enemy. It wasn't wise to expose one's strength too early in front of one's enemies. But they couldn't blindly retreat, so Zichen used the power of a sky-level warrior. Sky-level warrior, but I don't know if you're a Xiantian expert or a Hutian expert. Yarrow Tingfei stepped forward again. Zichen looked at him coldly. "What, you still want to fight?" Yarrow Tingfei smiled. "Of course. Do you think you can scare me with your status as a mere sky-level warrior? Perhaps I'll give you face if you're a Xiantian sky-level warrior. But if you're a Hutian, I'm sorry, but there are too many sky-level warriors." Zichen frowned. At this time, The devil ape's voice rang out in Zichen's consciousness. Let me. The demon ape strode forward, a blazing energy surging around its body. At this time, the demon ape had already stopped breathing, afraid that flames would come out of its mouth, nose, and ears. But even so, there were still faint flames rushing out of its pores. The energy in my body has become extremely violent. It's better to use it as soon as possible, said the devil ape. Zichen retreated several steps. The devil ape strode forward. Seeing the devil ape, Yarrow Tingfei's eyes flashed. What an interesting fellow. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The devil ape did not speak. After taking out his black rod, he smashed it at Yarrow Tingfei. The black rod, which was originally emitting a thick black light, now emitted a faint fiery light after the devil ape used all his strength. It smashed towards Yarrow Tingfei's head with a terrifying might. The terrifying power surging from the black rod caused many people's expressions to change. Yarrow Tingfei was the same. He could already sense that his opponent was using all his strength. Thus, if he wanted to preserve his strength, he could only resist. The devil ape struck again and again. Each strike was stronger than the previous one. Moreover, the black rod, which was originally emitting a faint fiery light, emitted a dense fiery light after each strike. At a glance, the black rod seemed to have turned into a rod of fire. Even the essence blood of ancient beasts could not change the devil ape's body. But after absorbing the fiery energy, a miraculous change occurred. The loud explosion attracted everyone's attention. However, with one person attacking and one defending, in the eyes of many, it was more like a demonstration battle. Yarrow Tingfei's expression had already become very ugly. He had originally been deliberately defending and had not wanted to attack. But in the end, when he wanted to counterattack in anger, he found that he could no longer effectively counter the other's powerful attacks. He could only passively defend and be suppressed. Peng! Yarrow Tingfei was beaten back again and again. In the end, he was smashed back into the tavern by a single strike. Then, he flew out through the human-shaped door from before. This battle was considered to be over. The scorching aura around the devil ape, who had struck out dozens of times, was slowly receding. When it reached a controllable range, it was completely absorbed by the devil ape, promoting changes in its body. What a miraculous constitution! In the tavern, many people's eyes flashed with a strange light. Yarrow Tingfei circled around the tavern and returned to where he had been standing. His expression was extremely gloomy. 1,000 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. Zichen stretched out his hand with a faint smile. HMPH. I'll see you on the ancient road. Yarrow Tingfei coldly snorted. After leaving behind the liquefied origin essence, he turned and left. You'll definitely be suppressed then. Zichen put away the liquefied origin essence. He naturally knew that his opponent had not used his full strength. But how could the devil ape not be? Even if the two sides fought to the death, Zichen dared to say that the one who would be defeated and killed would definitely be Yarrow Tingfei. After putting away the liquefied origin essence, Zichen planned to walk around the square again. But at that moment, a series of rumbling sounds rang out. Chapter 758. The ground beneath everyone's feet started to shake, and even the wooden houses started to sway. Dust started to fall as the ground shook. The earthquake-like sound came from behind. Zichen immediately turned around and saw a mountain. It was a moving mountain. Zichen's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. He was extremely shocked, and there were many people who had the same expression as Zichen. Mountains could not move, and it was not a mountain that was coming. It was a person, a figure that was as tall as a mountain. Most people would be shocked if they saw such an existence, but at this moment, everyone was shocked. Something was not right. However, when they thought about how this mountain-like person was an extremely sturdy and fat woman, it was understandable why everyone was shocked. The mountain-like woman was not like the wind. Her thick legs were as big as water tanks, and her body was covered in fat. As she walked, the ground and her body of fat trembled as if there was an earthquake. At this moment, she was walking in a straight line towards Zichen. Zichen dodged and quickly gave way to the tavern behind him. That was the other party's final destination. However, it seemed extremely unrealistic for a body as large as a mountain to enter the small and short tavern. The woman's body gave off a terrifying aura, so no one laughed at her appearance. Even if she walked towards a tavern that was even smaller than her own, no one questioned her. For a moment, apart from the tremors, there was no other sound. The woman successfully attracted everyone's attention. Everyone's gazes followed the mountain-like woman. Just as she was about to reach the tavern's entrance, a low voice sounded out from beside Zi Chen. "I'm afraid it won't be easy to enter." This voice was very soft, and it was not much louder than a mumble. Logically speaking, in this earthquake-like sound, this voice should have been very inconspicuous. However, that was not the case. Right after that voice was heard, everyone's gazes landed on the person who muttered those words. That was because at that moment, the woman on the mountain also turned her head around. The one who spoke was the devil ape beside Zi Chen. It was just a casual whisper, but now that everyone was looking at it, the devil ape's mood, which had been slightly better because of the changes in its body, instantly turned sour. Because he felt a dangerous aura surging from the woman, and this aura was firmly locked onto him. "What did you just say?" The woman turned around and spoke to the devil ape. Her voice was even louder than the sound of her footsteps. It was as loud as thunder. "I didn't say anything." The demonic ape raised its head and looked straight at the woman. "You're saying I'm fat." The woman spoke again. Thunder rumbled in the air. Her gaze was overbearing as an extremely dangerous aura gushed forth from her. The devil ape curled its lips and didn't say anything. What kind of joke was this? She had already grown into a mountain peak and was still afraid of being called fat. In the eyes of the devil ape, this mountain peak woman wasn't just fat, she was also very strong. "You dare to look down on me?" The woman spoke for the third time. "I didn't say anything." "You said everything," the demonic ape said coldly. He didn't like the other party's tone. "You're courting death." When the woman spoke for the fourth time, she had already launched an attack at the devil ape. She was tall, fat, and strong. When she walked, the earth shook. However, when she attacked, she was as fast as a whirlwind. Her short and thick fingers formed a huge round wooden fan and covered the face of the devil ape. The reaction of the devil ape was also very fast. When the woman attacked, he began to dodge at lightning speed. However, after a soft sound, the devil ape was still hit by the fingertip. He staggered and a scratch appeared on his face. Half of his face was almost torn off. "You fat woman, how dare you try to kill me?" The devil ape touched his face and was immediately enraged. At the side, Tyrant and Zi Chen's faces were also unfriendly. The devil ape was just muttering. Even if he was wrong, he wouldn't die. How dare this woman kill him? The devil ape quickly took out a blood recovery pill. After crushing it, he applied it on his wound. The injury was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. "This is called plump. How dare you say I'm fat? You're courting death." A thunderous explosion resounded in the sky once again as the mountainous woman launched another attack. This time, her attack was even more ferocious than the previous one. If she wanted to kill the devil ape the last time, then this attack was even more ruthless. She wanted to kill the devil ape. At this critical moment, the devil ape didn't want to be outdone. A powerful aura surged around him. He took out his black staff and swung it. Black light surged like a black dragon and rushed crazily towards the woman. Bang! The black dragon that had always been successful was shattered by the woman's attack. Then, a huge shadow of the staff fell on the devil ape's body. But soon, a huge force came out and bounced the devil ape back. The powerful attack of the demonic ape was shattered, and it was sent flying. Boom! The woman's feet shook and she turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the devil ape. When she rose into the sky, she struck again. The devil ape was sent flying. If he were to take another powerful attack, he would be severely injured even if he didn't die. Zi Chen and Tyrant attacked in an instant. Zi Chen rushed towards the devil ape at lightning speed while Tyrant turned into a ray of golden light and rushed towards the woman. Amitabha. Tyrant chanted the name of Buddha. His body flashed with golden light and he looked dignified. A huge palm print appeared in front of him. The golden palm print was filled with rich and pure Buddhist power. Boom! The woman's powerful attack landed on the Buddhist palm print. After a tremor, the Buddhist palm print exploded. Then, the woman's powerful attack hit Tyrant's chest and sent him flying. The woman's strength was beyond imagination. She suppressed Tyrant and the devil ape in an instant. This stunned many cultivators. After Zi Chen caught the devil ape, he grabbed Tyrant in a flash. The three of them fell. Blood was still flowing out from the corner of Tyrant's mouth. So powerful. Tyrant and the devil ape spoke at the same time. Their eyes were filled with fear. They were defeated in one strike. Even if they didn't use their full strength, they could feel how powerful their opponent was. Zi Chen stood in front of the two. His cold eyes looked ahead and said coldly, "You've gone too far. Too far. You're the ones who've gone too far. I'm plump. How dare you call me fat?" The thunderous voice made Zi Chen's eardrums hurt. The mountain-like woman turned into a cold lightning and rushed towards Zi Chen. Mph, Zi Chen snorted. To be honest, the mountain-like woman looked very different. Although the devil ape was in the wrong, it didn't deserve to die. The aggressive and murderous attitude of the other party had completely angered Zi Chen. Extreme Yang. Zi Chen's eyes flashed. His hands emitted rich and pure golden light. Then, a complicated yet extremely simple seal appeared in Zi Chen's hands. Extreme Yang. It was a powerful seal that relied on extreme Yang energy to activate. When it was deduced to the limit, it could destroy heaven and earth. As soon as the seal appeared, an extremely dazzling golden light appeared in front of Zi Chen. It released a golden sun-like light, carrying the powerful and destructive aura of extreme energy as it rushed towards the mountain-like woman. The golden light flashed, and the boundless aura made many people's expressions change. Boom! The extreme Yang golden light collided with the mountain-like woman's attack, and a loud explosion erupted. The extreme Yang golden light exploded, but the mountain-like woman's body also slowed down in the air. There was a trace of surprise on her angry face. But after her expression turned cold, she moved even faster. Tyrannical fist. Zi Chen shouted again. His right hand clenched into a fist, and he infinitely mobilized the extreme Yang energy in his body. Above Zi Chen's right fist, golden light flashed. Around the golden light, there were golden lightning snakes swimming, carrying the aura of destruction. Then, Zi Chen punched out. The dazzling fist light illuminated the world, and Zi Chen's aura became majestic and overbearing at this moment. "That's the tyrannical fist." Exclamations came from the crowd. Apparently, some people recognized Zi Chen's fist technique. The golden fist light hit the mountain-like woman directly. The mountain-like woman's body shook in midair, and then she staggered. But the extremely overbearing fist was also broken by the opponent. Second style. The fist wind changed again, and more fist lights that were not weaker than the previous attack appeared. There were dozens and hundreds of them, like golden hailstones, whistling and smashing towards the mountain-like woman. Boom! The mountainous woman's fan-like palms expanded once more. Like two massive millstones, they blocked off the many fist beams. A series of explosive sounds rang out incessantly. The fist beams that were shattered by the collision released a golden energy shockwave that spread out into their surroundings. The second attack was broken, but Zi Chen's overbearing aura did not diminish. He punched out the strongest tyrannical fist that he could currently control. As soon as this fist was punched out, heaven and earth trembled. Boundless golden light filled the entire space. At this moment, Zi Chen seemed to have turned into a golden armored war god. The sharpness of his body was unparalleled. Moreover, the fist he punched out was like the only tyrannical fist light in the world. Not only did it carry a powerful energy aura, but it also carried a domineering will. "Hey, you do have some skills." The mountain-like woman was surprised. Her voice was a bit soft, no longer like thunder. As she raised her hand, a violent aura emerged from her millstone-sized palms. The strongest fist Zi Chen could currently throw out shattered with a bang. The violent energy surged, and the whole world trembled. Many cultivators who heard the commotion and rushed over were stunned when they saw the two people fighting in the air. At this moment, almost everyone in the starting ground came out and looked up to the sky to watch the battle. But from the looks of it, the mountain-like woman should be stronger. Because until now, she had not used any relatively terrifying combat skills. Moreover, she only relied on her powerful strength to rush in front of Zichen. Just as the opponent rushed over, Zichen pointed at the mountain-like woman. It was the Thunderbolt finger. Chapter 759. Zichen pointed his finger, and a heart-palpitating aura spread out. Above the joints of his middle finger, there was an obvious light. This light was the complete opposite of the golden energy in Zichen's body. However, the energy of both sides came from the same source. A thick fingerprint appeared in front of Zichen. The surface of the fingerprint glowed with gold and silver. Golden electric snakes circled around the fingerprint. As soon as the finger power was unleashed, a terrifying aura spread out. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. Then, the fingerprint slammed toward the mountain woman. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The rumbling sound made many people's ears buzz. There was only gold and silver light circulating between heaven and earth. The gold and silver energies were raging. As for the mountain woman, she was completely swallowed up by the two energies. The energy was so terrifying that many cultivators' expressions changed when they sensed it. At this moment, they considered Zichen, who was a cultivator, to be extremely dangerous. As for the mountain woman, everyone thought she should have died under the finger power. The violent energy dissipated quickly. The blinding light disappeared as well. Everyone's vision was restored. Then, they saw the mountain woman standing quietly in the distance. Facing such an attack, not only did she not die, but there were no injuries on her body. Only a few tears on her oversized clothes were proof of Zichen's attack. Not dead. Not injured. Is he still human? Everyone stared with their eyes and mouths wide open. They looked as if they had seen a ghost. The powerful finger power from before had not only torn the woman's clothes but also repelled her. Kid, you have some skills. What? Do you want to come again? The mountain woman looked down at Zichen. Her thunderous voice rang out again. Zichen did not speak. His face was extremely gloomy. Although he did not use his strongest combat power, he did not hide much either. His opponent was like an invincible existence. Facing such an attack, she was not injured at all, let alone seriously injured. Sophie, forget it. Don't be angry with a kid. A voice sounded from the tavern. The owner of the tavern walked out at some point and looked up at the woman. The voice came from him. Are you angry? They're calling me fat. Didn't you hear them, you damn cripple? The woman named Sophie looked down at the tavern owner again. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the people who had sensed it earlier changed drastically. Zichen's battle prowess could definitely be ranked among the top in this group of trial challengers. However, even with such battle prowess, he still couldn't injure this woman. Many people guessed that she might be a powerhouse who had returned from the ancient road. Now that the tavern owner had spoken, and she dared to reprimand him and expose his shortcomings, it was obvious that she was on the same level as him. After being scolded as a cripple, the tavern owner didn't get angry. Instead, he spread out his hands and said, "But you've already passed the ancient road, while this little guy has yet to enter it. You damn cripple, are you saying that I'm bullying the weak?" The woman glared at him. No, of course I don't mean that. I just feel that you have a noble status, and it's not worthwhile for you to attack this little guy. No one appreciates your voluptuousness and beauty. It's just that they're ignorant and don't appreciate it enough. You, Sophie, have always been a goddess in my eyes. As he spoke, the tavern owner's eyes burned with passion. Scram, you damn cripple. Do you think I'll like you? Although the woman was still scolding him, her words lacked the thunderous anger. You don't like me, but you can't deprive me of my right to pursue you, Sophie. You should know that I'm here to open this broken tavern for you, the tavern owner said with a pleading look in his eyes. Scram, your expression makes me sick. While the two of them were talking, the hearts of many cultivators were in turmoil. Of course, it wasn't because of shock, but because of disgust. A woman who was as fat, tall, and strong as a mountain was actually looking down on a normal human man. However, if one looked carefully, the tavern owner was also abnormal. He was missing an eye and had a broken leg. However, after knowing the identity of the other party, the crowd could only suppress the disgust in their hearts and try their best to show the most humble smile because they vaguely guessed the true identity of the woman. Seeing this scene, Chen had a bad feeling in his heart. He kept praying in his heart, "This fat woman better not be the guardian of the passageway. Otherwise, we'll be completely screwed." The monk and the demonic ape obviously had a bad premonition. Their faces were somewhat bitter, and they hoped that their luck wouldn't be so bad. "The three of you are very good. You actually have such battle strength. The ancient road of trials was originally prepared for the strong, and the three of you are strong enough to be called strong. Therefore, when the passageway opens, I'll make an exception and open the strongest road for you three." At the next moment, the woman looked at Chen and the other two again. After saying these words, the identity of the other party was also obvious. The guardian of the passageway. Chen's prayer didn't come true. Luck wasn't on his side today. The woman was the guardian of the passageway, and at the next moment, she abused her power and gave them the strongest road. The faces of the three instantly became unsightly, while the other cultivators' faces were filled with ridicule. "What's wrong? You don't look satisfied." The woman looked at Chen and the other two. Could they be satisfied? Previously, the tavern owner had said that the road of trials was divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Moreover, he had specifically used Chen as an example. An existence like him would also die a terrible death on the first-grade ancient road. The strongest road that the woman mentioned was naturally the first-grade ancient road. "You're abusing your position to avenge a private grudge." The demonic ape gritted his teeth. "I'm the guardian of the ancient road of trials. My purpose is to find human experts to enter the strongest road," the woman said seriously. Chen and the other two were speechless. At this moment, Chen recalled the tavern owner's words. He could bribe a beautiful woman or a handsome man. He could also sleep with her. Looking at the woman's body and imagining the scene of him sleeping with her, Chen felt a chill. Moreover, he instantly destroyed this kind of imagination. Otherwise, it would become a nightmare for him for the rest of his life. He could die at any time due to chi deviation. At this moment, Chen deeply sighed at the tavern owner's heavy taste. Chen's expression suddenly became very rich. The woman's face was also filled with anger, but she didn't get angry. Instead, she looked at Chen and said in what she thought was a gentle voice, "Little brother, if you are not satisfied with this arrangement, you can come to my room. We can discuss it again." After saying this, the woman threw a big flirtatious glance at Chen. Seeing this scene, Chen felt his stomach churn. He curled up and couldn't help but retch. Although he knew that doing this in this situation was very disadvantageous to him, Chen really couldn't suppress the natural reaction in his stomach. Moreover, when he retched, Chen saw from the corner of his eyes that many people were covering their mouths and retching. However, they were forcefully suppressing the urge to vomit. It was extremely difficult for them to hold it in. Chen's actions made Sophie frown. She coldly snorted and said angrily, "The strongest ancient road of trials is yours. This old lady here hates tender and useless gigolos like you the most." After saying this, Sophie strode away. "Sophie, don't you want to come and have a drink?" The tavern owner invited her. He couldn't see the expression of others who couldn't wait for her to leave. "Aren't you afraid that your tavern will be overcrowded?" "How could that be?" Sophie coldly snorted and didn't say anything. Then, she strode towards the wooden house in front of her. The ground shook again. Chen and the other two stood there in a daze. It seemed that their fates were sealed just like that. Just after Sophie walked away, the surrounding people finally couldn't hold back the sound of laughter. "Ha ha, the strongest ancient road of trials. Only death awaits those who enter that ancient path. How unlucky. If we go to the guardian's room and discuss it carefully, there might be room for negotiation." The group of cultivators laughed unscrupulously. Zi Chen and the other two's battle prowess had previously caused them to be wary. Once they stepped onto the ancient road, they would become a potentially dangerous enemy. But now, they had offended the guardian of the passageway, who had deliberately let them off. It seemed like the three of them had no chance of surviving. Without three great enemies, they were extremely relaxed. In a good mood, they couldn't help but laugh excitedly. However, at this time, Sophie's voice came from afar. "Don't blame me for not warning you. The conditions for the strongest ancient road of trials are extremely harsh. If you don't have enough resources, I advise you to directly commit suicide. Otherwise, you will encounter something more painful than death due to insufficient source energy." As Sophie's voice fell, the laughter around them became louder and more carefree. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore. That was because they felt a wave of coldness attack them. The source of this coldness was Zi Chen's group of three. At this moment, the three's eyes turned green, as if they were hungry wolves that had seen meat. "What are you doing?" A cultivator felt uncomfortable being stared at by the three and asked loudly. "Everyone, you heard what I said just now. If we don't have enough resources, we will die miserably on the ancient road of the strongest," Zi Chen said to the surrounding people. "What does this have to do with us?" Another person asked. "We don't want to die so miserably. We want to live, so we want to borrow some resources from everyone," Zi Chen said again, his words extremely sincere. "Borrow? Do you think we will lend it to you? Instead of borrowing, it's better to say you want to rob. But with just the three of you, do you think you can rob all of us?" Disdainful voices sounded again, and many people's faces were filled with mockery and ridicule. "Everyone, you are so uncooperative. Then I'm sorry, I can only forcibly borrow your resources." After saying this, Zi Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold, and his voice also became incomparably cold. "Do it." Chapter 760. In order to increase their chances of survival on the ancient road, Zi Chen and the other two had no choice but to ignore the others and focus solely on robbing. Furthermore, from the current situation, the three of them who had offended the Guardian would enter the ancient road of the strongest by themselves. There would be no other enemies of the same kind. Therefore, the three of them no longer had any reason to hold back. Thus, the three of them began to frantically rob each other on the ancient road. It seemed that such an unbridled robbery was the first time in the history of the ancient road. The cultivators who dared to come here all believed themselves to be extraordinary and powerful. They were all arrogant and proud, so they naturally weren't happy that Zi Chen and the other two were frantically robbing them. Thus, they began to frantically counterattack. However, no matter how frantic their counterattacks were, Zi Chen and the other two's attacks were even more frantic than theirs. However, after several experts were defeated, the crowd had no choice but to accept the fact that they had been robbed. That was because the battle prowess of the three fearless people was simply too strong. During this time, many Dan Essence cultivators spontaneously formed their own factions to resist Zi Chen. However, under the powerful attacks of the three, each faction collapsed. "Yarrow Tingfei, if you don't hand over 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, then we'll see who's better today." Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he flew towards Yarrow Tingfei, who was trying to leave. He instantly blocked his path. "Zi Chen, I just gave you 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence. What else do you want?" Yarrow Tingfei's face was gloomy. Beside him, the other four also had extremely ugly expressions. That was compensation. This is robbery. These are two different things. Zi Chen said coldly, "Give me another 1,000 drops of liquefied origin essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet in the future. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death today. Then let's fight." A mere Hutian realm cultivator is an existence that can be seen everywhere. "Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" Yarrow Tingfei glared angrily. "If you're not afraid, then let's fight to the death. If you die, your resources and women will all be mine for my enjoyment. If I die, then I'll be free and won't have to go to the ancient road of the strongest," Zi Chen said in a carefree manner. Zi Chen's words were half threatening and half threatening, which made Yarrow Tingfei's face turn ugly. After the battle, if he won, it might anger the trial challengers in the passageway and cause them to arrange for him to enter. If he didn't fight, He would lose all face. Not only that, but the other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. At this moment, Yarrow Tingfei didn't know whether to fight or not. This caused him to fall into a dilemma. The two female cultivators beside him had ashen faces and clenched their teeth. What did he mean by enjoy? What did he take them for? Cut the crap. Let's fight. Zichen's body surged with a terrifying aura that could only be possessed by extreme energy. He was a genuine heaven-level warrior. I'll give you 1,000 liquefied elemental essence. What if you ask me for more? After a moment's hesitation, Yarrow Tingfei ultimately chose not to be enemies with Zichen. Give me liquefied elemental essence, and we'll still be strangers when we meet, Zichen replied indifferently. If there's a next time, I'll definitely fight you to the death. Yarrow Tingfei coldly snorted and then gave Zichen another 1,000 liquefied elemental essence. Situations like Yarrow Tingfei's weren't rare. They weren't truly afraid of Zichen, but to fight with the unscrupulous Zichen in this place would only bring more harm than good. The gains didn't make up for the losses. As a result, quite a few of them had the idea of spending money to avoid disaster. After Luo Ku's resources had been snatched away by Zichen, he had always felt indignant. That was why he had followed Zichen the entire time, hoping to find an opportunity to get his resources back. But what happened next caused Luo Ku's shock to soar to the extreme. Qin Haodong had actually fought fiercely with the passageway's guardian, and his powerful combat strength had shocked everyone. Then he had brazenly attacked all of the cultivators present to steal their resources. Such behavior was simply that of a bandit. But no matter how angry they were, they didn't dare to say anything. They all obediently handed over their liquefied elemental essence. In just a single day, the amount of resources the three of them had stolen was an extremely shocking number. Thinking back to his past self and then looking at Qin Haodong again, Luo Ku suddenly felt weak. Inside the tavern, looking at Zichen's group sitting in their previous seats, the tavern owner's eyes were filled with envy. Compared to the speed at which they were accumulating wealth, his tavern's income was simply too weak. 3 large cups of light golden wine were placed in front of the three of them. The monk didn't touch a single drop of wine and gave his cup to the devil ape. As for Zichen, he wanted to feel what was so special about this wine. After taking a light sip, a spicy feeling spread out as the wine entered his stomach. Then, the wine transformed into a blazing energy, causing Zichen's body to feel as though it was on fire. This blazing energy surged into his limbs and bones, slowly being absorbed by his body. This wine was actually able to strengthen his physique. Even with Zichen's perfect physique, he had a reaction after drinking the wine. And Zichen finally understood why those people from before would take so long to drink a single cup of wine. It turned out that they were refining it, and they didn't want to waste even the slightest bit of energy. After tasting the sweetness of the wine, Zichen wanted to use this wine to once again transform his physique. After quickly drinking a large cup of wine and refining it, Zichen loudly said, "Boss, 1 more cup." The tavern owner looked at Zichen and said, "Sorry, this tavern only sells 1 cup a day. If you need it, please come back tomorrow." Zichen was slightly disappointed, but after thinking about it, he felt relieved. If this kind of wine could be bought in unlimited quantities, Zichen wouldn't mind buying 1,000 cups in an instant. Zichen's extremely fast speed of refining a large cup attracted several sidelong glances, including Yarrow Tingfei. However, when they thought about the other party's powerful battle strength and powerful physique, it was understandable that he could refine the wine so quickly. Intentionally or unintentionally, when Zichen's gaze swept across the other customers in the tavern, everyone's face would more or less carry a smile. There was no helping it. If you put on a cool appearance, then sorry, you would be robbed. The three of them were now like vicious wolves, biting whoever they found unpleasant to the eye. However, those who were bitten didn't have any way to save themselves. The devil ape refined 2 cups at a relatively slow speed, so Zichen and Yarrow Tingfei patiently waited. After the devil ape finished refining, the three of them left. After the three of them left, the atmosphere in the tavern clearly eased up. Everyone's mood also improved, and they weren't as uncomfortable as before. Now, the three of them were like ferocious rats crossing the street. Although everyone disliked them, they didn't dare to chase after them. They could only avoid them like snakes and scorpions. After leaving the tavern, the devil ape said, "If I can drink this kind of wine for a while, I can definitely break through. But there's only 1 cup a day. Including mine, there's only 2 cups. Why don't we rob the tavern?" Tyrant suggested. Zichen glanced at Tyrant snappily. That owner came back from the ancient road. His battle strength is unimaginable. If you don't mind dying early and in a very ugly way, then you can go by yourself. Then what should we do? We can't rob, and we can't drink. What else can we do? We can only wait. After 1 day, we'll go the next day. Also, we'll pray that the number of people will be gathered later. Zichen shook his head and said, "I really envy those guys who have stayed here for a few years. If we can stay here for a few years, we can break through just by drinking. From tomorrow onwards, I'll give my cup to the devil ape so that it can break through earlier." "How can that be? That thing is also good for you." The devil ape looked at Zichen. "It is good, but it's not very obvious. I'll continue to refine the ancient beast's blood essence and slowly improve my physique. As for you, try to improve your realm as soon as possible. Once you enter the middle stage of the inner core realm, your battle strength will greatly increase. This is a good thing for us," Zichen said calmly. However, on the second day, Zichen inadvertently found out from the tavern owner that even though the 3 of them were assigned to the strongest ancient road, they couldn't travel together. This was because each of them had their own path. Before they set foot on a certain path, the 3 of them wouldn't meet. Damn it. Zichen heard this and cursed in his heart. At first, he thought that the 3 of them could travel together and take care of each other. However, after hearing this, his fantasy was completely ruined. Knowing that the 3 of them couldn't be together, the devil ape resolutely refused to drink Zichen's cup of wine. Zichen only said, "1 person dying is better than 2 dying. All right, I'll give it all to you. The 3 cups are yours every day. You refine them and break through," the devil ape said decisively without even thinking. Zichen was extremely moved, but he shook his head and said, "It's only been a year since I broke through to the early stage of the inner core realm. It's unrealistic for me to break through quickly. You've been in this realm for dozens of years and have long reached the peak. You'll break through soon. This thing is very suitable for you." In the end, the devil ape didn't argue with Zichen and refined 3 cups of wine every day. For the first 2 days, they didn't pay for the wine. However, on the 3rd day, the tavern owner announced that it was time to pay for the wine. Moreover, it was only now that Zichen and the other 2 found out about the strange price of the wine. If the first cup of wine was worth 20 liquefied yuan, then the second cup on the second day would be 40, the third would be 80, and so on and so forth. After more than 10 days, this cup of wine would become an extremely large number. This number was not something that many people could bear. However, if he didn't come within 7 days, then everything would start from scratch. That would be 20 yuan liquefied essence per cup, and so on. At present, the highest record in this region was 10 days. On the 10th day, a single cup of wine would cost 10,240 drops of low-grade origin liquid. If exchanged for mid-grade origin liquefied origin energy, it would be 102 drops. It was said that the person who held this record was an extremely powerful human expert. Other than his own extraordinary battle prowess, he also had a huge force behind him. This record had not been broken for a long time, but this time, this record was tied by someone. In just 10 short days, Zichen's group of 3 had paid over 100,000 liquefied essence. And on the 11th day, Zichen continued to ask for more. This record that had stood for so many years was once again broken. P.S. The 10th watch has ended. There have been many things happening this month, and the number of updates is also the least in several months. There is actually a problem with today's 10th watch, because I only updated 1 chapter yesterday. But the end of the month is approaching, and there are many things to do, so I had no choice but to do this. In truth, I had typed quite a few words at the end, but after thinking about it, I deleted them. Perhaps this is the tragedy of being an adult. Before doing something, you always have to think carefully. You don't have the drive to throw caution to the wind, and you don't have the joy of revenge. Tomorrow and the next 2 days, I have things to do. They are trivial matters, but they are a waste of time. The update might even be slow. My goal is to constantly update. In the future, whenever I have something to do, I will add it at the end of the previous chapter, so that everyone won't be angry from waiting. But I'm also burning with impatience, and when I'm anxious, my mind becomes a complete blank. Chapter 761. Just like that, the record of the ancient smelting trial was broken. Moreover, it was broken by 3 people at the same time. On the 11th day, Chen had to pay 20,480 drops of liquefied origin essence for each cup of wine. In total, it was 61,440 drops, for a total of 614 mid-grade liquefied origin essence. At first, the crowd of cultivators had been extremely unhappy about this. This was because Chen was stealing their resources. To use their resources to increase the strength of his own people was an extremely shameless thing to do. But as time passed, the amount of liquefied origin essence that Chen had paid the tavern owner far exceeded the amount he had previously stolen. Moreover, he had taken out so much at once without any change in expression. This made everyone sigh in amazement at his generosity. He had paid over 600 mid-grade liquefied origin essence in one go. On the second day, he would have to pay over 1,000 drops, and that was only for 3 cups of wine that originally contained 20 drops of low-grade liquefied origin essence. Even someone as resourceful as Chen was about to reach his limit. However, the devil ape was still a hair away from breaking through, so he had to continue breaking records. On the second day, which was the 12th day, Chen once again sat in the same position as he had for the past 10 days. During this time, Chen hadn't seen a single cultivator around the tavern. After entering the tavern, apart from the 2 youths who had been sitting alone from before, there were no other customers in the entire tavern. The reason no one had come to drink wasn't because they couldn't afford the liquefied origin essence, but because they were afraid of Chen. Everyone knew that Chen had already paid a large sum of liquefied origin essence for his companion's breakthrough. This enormous amount was extremely shocking. Of course, besides being shocked, they were also worried that Chen would act out of desperation and rob them again. Therefore, they all avoided Chen as much as possible. After Chen entered, the 2 youths also nodded at Chen, their faces filled with goodwill. Although Chen hadn't robbed them yet, that didn't mean he would never do so. Perhaps after they left the tavern, Chen would attack the 2 of them. Therefore, the 2 of them would tactfully leave earlier than Chen. Seeing the 3 of them again, the tavern owner's smile was as brilliant as a blooming chrysanthemum. Chen could be considered one of his biggest customers. He had spent hundreds of thousands of drops of liquefied elemental essence, and this was the first time the tavern owner felt that selling alcohol was easier than stealing it, without the slightest bit of risk. What's wrong? The demonic ape hasn't made a breakthrough yet, the tavern owner asked in concern. They had become familiar with each other over the past few days. Although he sounded concerned, he couldn't wait for the demonic ape to not break through for a year. Chen naturally understood the expression under the bright chrysanthemum. He glanced at the tavern owner in annoyance and said, 3 more cups. All right, I'll be right there. The tavern owner's smile grew even brighter. 3 more cups of alcohol were ordered. The amount was large, and the cups were much larger than the others. This proved that the tavern owner treated Chen and the other 2 quite well. However, Chen was still a bit worried and asked, "Boss, my brother hasn't made a breakthrough yet. Is there something wrong with your drink? Is it diluted?" Hearing this, the tavern owner revealed a businessman's smile. "Chen, you still don't believe me? You're a big customer of my tavern. The entire tavern's business is booming because of your arrival. You're the tavern's benefactor. How could I possibly do anything to a benefactor's item?" The tavern owner's tactful appearance made it hard for others to associate him with a terrifying existence who had made it out of the ancient road. Does one have to be in the mortal origin realm just because they've made it out of the ancient road? Chen asked doubtfully. "Are you looking for information, my big customer?" The tavern owner's eyes lit up again. "I say, don't be so black-hearted. It's just a chat between friends." Chen rolled his eyes. Chat. Of course it's good. The tavern owner immediately said, 3 cups of alcohol. On the 13th day, each cup costs 40,960 drops of low-grade essence liquid. That's a total of 120,880 drops. If you want to give me mid-grade essence liquid, then give me 1,200 drops. Zichen's face instantly darkened, and an extremely unstable aura surged around him. The other 2 men who were sitting alone saw this and tried to hold back their laughter. They quickly drank the alcohol in their cups and left in a hurry. Here you go. Zichen directly gave the tavern owner 1,200 drops of mid-grade essence liquid. Seeing the tavern owner accept the drops of essence liquid, Zichen said, "You've received several 100,000 drops of essence liquid from me. Don't tell me you don't have anything to say to me. You can't be that black-hearted, can you?" The tavern owner walked back to the counter, glanced at Zichen, and said with a smile, "Of course I have something to say. Moreover, there are 2 things I want to tell you. One is about you, and the other is about your 2 pretty wives. At least you have a conscience." Zichen's expression eased a lot. "As someone who has been through it, I need to give you a piece of advice about the ancient road." Zichen listened quietly, and so did Tyrant and the demon ape. Moreover, the demon ape had already stopped refining the alcohol. The tavern owner sternly said, "The ancient road is full of dangers. You must not be careless. You must be very careful when you enter. Over the years, there have been many people who died due to carelessness. As for the ancient road of the strongest, this is even more so. Therefore, I advise you to spend all your resources on alcohol if you have more on you. Otherwise, it would be a pity if you die in there and waste your resources." The first part sounded reasonable, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. Zichen instantly flew into a rage and threw an empty cup at the tavern owner, angrily shouting, "Get lost." The tavern owner caught the cup and said with a mischievous smile, "Be careful, this cup is worth a lot." Looking at the tavern owner's smile and thinking about his true identity, Zichen could only suppress the urge to beat him into a pig's head. He unwillingly sat down. It seemed that all the people who came back from the ancient road were so shameless. One was taking revenge for a personal matter, while the other was raising the price. "Hihi, little guy, don't be sad. Isn't there a second explanation?" Zichen glanced at him in annoyance. "What kind of explanation?" "It's about your 2 pretty wives. You have offended Sophie. According to my understanding of her, she is a very vengeful person. Perhaps she will vent her anger on your 2 pretty wives." The tavern owner's expression was very serious and dignified this time. "What? How is that possible? She is a powerhouse who came from the ancient road." Zichen, who had just sat down, stood up again, his eyes flashing. "So what if she came from the ancient road? She is also a human. Humans have emotions, and she hates it when people describe her appearance." The tavern owner spread out his hands. Zichen's expression became gloomy. After hesitating for a moment, he said dejectedly, "Forget it. If they come, just pretend that you don't know." "I'm afraid that won't work. I can pretend that I don't see them, but Sophie can't. She will definitely recognize them at a glance. You know the looks of your 2 pretty wives. They are extremely enviable. Therefore, the strongest ancient road will only belong to them. Of course, if they don't come, then Sophie can't do anything. How does she know what they look like? Did you tell her?" Zichen stared at him. "I can't help it. She asked me, so I can't not tell her." The tavern owner looked helpless. Zichen stood there, not moving for a long time. He couldn't beat the guardian, so he accepted the fact that he had entered the ancient road. However, if this matter involved Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro, then Zichen would be extremely unwilling. Zichen's eyes flashed, and his expression kept changing. There was hesitation, and then there was ruthlessness. The tavern owner just looked at Zichen like this. Zichen was calculating his battling power in his mind. The yin and yang symbiotic energy, the powerful battle skills, and the dragon soul spear. "What? Are you going to kill me?" A cold light flashed in the monk's eyes. The monk was in the middle stage of the core realm, so his battling power was definitely not weaker than Zichen's. Once he used the 6 syllables mantra, how many people could be immune to it? If the two of them used their full power, it was not impossible for them to suppress or even kill a human origin realm warrior. However, if they were facing a human origin realm warrior who came back from the ancient road, they seemed to be lacking. Zichen's expression kept changing. He couldn't make up his mind. If they fought against the Guardian, then it was obviously a provocation. If they couldn't kill the Guardian, then they would definitely be killed. Zichen glanced at the tavern owner again. He had also come back from the ancient road, and they knew each other. At this moment of life and death, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. Just as Zichen was thinking, the monster ape beside him started to refine the 3rd cup after refining the 2nd cup of wine. The blazing energy contained in the wine had caused the demonic ape's physique to undergo an obvious transformation during this period of time. Furthermore, the pure black energy in his body had finally undergone another transformation after reaching its limit. Suddenly, an aura appeared in the tavern. This was the aura of a cultivator breaking through. It instantly spread out from the tavern and spread out. Many people outside the tavern felt this aura, and they all looked at the tavern. That black ape has broken through. He has refined 3 cups a day, and then dozens of cups. Finally, he is going to break through. Before the breakthrough, the monster ape's battle prowess was extremely terrifying. Now that it had broken through, its battle prowess was naturally stronger. The 3 of them, who were already very strong, became even stronger because of the monster ape's breakthrough. Fortunately, the 3 of them were going to enter the strongest ancient road. Otherwise, the 3 of them would become the target of many cultivators' vigilance. The aura around the monster ape became more turbulent, accompanied by a tyrannical aura. Zichen and the monk were obviously happy. If the 3 of them joined forces, they could create a miracle, but the premise was that it was 3 against 1, and the tavern owner couldn't interfere. But this seemed impossible. The monster ape opened his eyes. Light flashed in his eyes, and the tyrannical aura around him slowly converged. Hey, congratulations. The monster ape's breakthrough indicated that Zichen didn't need to continue to buy expensive wine. The tavern owner's congratulations were obviously disappointed. I'll leave you some resources. If you see the 2 of them, I hope you can pass them to them. Zichen didn't want to fight to the death in the end. He didn't want to kill Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro, and naturally, he didn't want to kill the monster ape and the monk. Chapter 762. Zichen frowned and pondered for a long time. He didn't dare to have any ideas about the guardian of the passageway. He handed some resources to the tavern owner and begged him to pass them to Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro. This matter is related to me as well. I will definitely pass it on for you. I won't take a single cent, the tavern owner promised solemnly. It was rare for him to have such a sense of loyalty. Zichen left Lin Shui and Su Mengyaro with 2,000 ordinary blood vitality pills, 200 special blood vitality pills, 2,000 mid-grade vitality liquid pills, 20 treasure pills, 200 blood healing pills, and 50 blood explosion pills. Zichen had brought enough resources this time. However, the devil ape had consumed a lot of vitality liquid pills, and now he left some for the 2. Therefore, Zichen didn't have many resources left. After receiving the resources, the tavern owner once again assured that there were no problems. His eyes flashed with a strange light. He was very surprised that Zichen still had so many things on him after consuming so many resources. The 3 left the tavern. The devil ape had broken through, and this was the last time they came to the tavern to drink. The 3,000 people had almost been gathered in the past 10 days. It was almost time to set off. How was it? Just after Zichen and the others left, the tavern owner sent a sound transmission to his mind. Judging from their expressions, they should still have some hidden cards. Their true battle strength may be even stronger than a Xiantian Sky Warrior. They are qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest trial. The tavern owner replied. Qualified to enter, but not necessarily alive. You, on the other hand, dared to use my name to threaten a little kid. The previous voice sounded again. Why are you asking me when you already know? But I have no choice. I can't fight with him personally. I can only scare them. You saw that little girl that day. She's beautiful and has extraordinary talent. She even has Longhu Sovereign with her. I think the other two girls aren't much worse. Maybe they are qualified to enter the ancient road of the strongest. I've found 2 people for you in advance. The tavern owner sent a sound transmission. The previous voice snorted coldly and didn't say anything else. When they left the tavern and headed to the square, many cultivators looked at the 3 of them with strange gazes. The 3 of them were powerful and acted without any scruples. They dared to rob anyone. In order to protect the few resources they had left, they naturally did not dare to anger the 3 of them. However, the Zichen trio also heard quite a number of discussions as they advanced. The topic of discussion was when the ancient road would open. Clearly, 3,000 people had already gathered. You've used up too many resources this time and left some for them. The 2 of us should share some resources with you, the monk said. That's right. We haven't touched our resources yet. I'll give you some. The demonic ape nodded. Zichen shook his head and said, no need. No one knows what kind of dangers lie within the ancient road of the strongest. You should keep those resources for yourselves. I have the Dragon Soul Spear and 2 types of ultimate energy. My chances of survival should be higher than yours. What followed was a dispute, but Zichen did not take their resources in the end. 2 days later, everyone gathered. The number of people had already exceeded 3,000. It was time to step onto the ancient road. More than 3,000 cultivators gathered in the square. It was a dark mass and seemed very crowded. However, there were also many cultivators around, which made it more or less spacious. The most obvious one was Zichen trio. No one dared to get close to them. Even the dozens of core primordial cultivators from various forces kept a distance from Zichen. In addition, the other cultivators who were very arrogant before also restrained themselves a lot because of the sudden appearance of Zichen and the other 2. 3,000 people gathered. Their faces were filled with all kinds of complicated expressions. Some were expectant, some were worried, some were expectant, and some were curious. Knowing that the ancient road was divided into different grades, everyone was very curious about which ancient road they would be assigned to. On this day, the tavern was closed. The tavern owner came to the square early. Other than him, there was also an old man. The 2 stood on both sides of the square, releasing the aura of the mortal origin realm. Although they were all in the mortal origin realm, the aura of the 2 who walked out of the ancient road was naturally much more violent than that of ordinary mortal origin realm cultivators. Under the powerful aura, the 2 looked like giants of heaven and earth. Especially the tavern owner, who looked completely different from the businessman from before. A rumbling sound came from heaven and earth. The guardian of the passage appeared. She was as majestic as a mountain. With one step, the whole space shook. Ripples spread out from her feet and flew towards the square. Arriving at the center of the square, she lowered her head and looked at everyone. Today, the ancient road of the trial officially opens. A thunderous voice came out from her mouth. It was so loud that it hurt people's ears. Before that, let me give you a brief introduction of the ancient road. The ancient roads are divided into 9 grades. The strongest grade and the weakest grade are the 9th grade. In each grade, there are 81 ancient roads. Only those who have passed through 81 ancient roads can be considered as powerful cultivators who have returned from the ancient road. During this period of time, if any of you manage to break through to the human origin stage, then congratulations. However, after breaking through to the human origin stage, you will have to complete all 81 ancient roads. You are not allowed to leave halfway. Throughout history, there have been thousands of cultivators who managed to break through to the human origin stage halfway through their ancient roads. However, those who managed to break through to the human origin stage and died on the ancient roads are not 100%, but at least 80%. Therefore, do not be careless at all times. On the square, everyone listened quietly. No one dared to interrupt. Even if they had questions, they would suppress them in the bottom of their hearts. That was because no one dared to guarantee that if they were presumptuous enough to ask, they would not infuriate the other party and be thrown into the strongest first-class ancient road. You will encounter all kinds of dangers on the ancient roads. During this period, of course, you will also have some small gains. I suggest that you keep all your gains and exchange them for some useful resources on the ancient road. There are 9 ancient roads. Every time you pass one of them, you will find a reception area. It's like a city. There are things you can exchange for there. However, you can only see the cultivators who entered the ancient road and stayed on the ancient road. If you want to see all the cultivators, you will have to make it to the ancient road alive. The ancient road of the 5th ancient road is the first gathering place. All the cultivators who entered the ancient road and made it there are there. The second gathering place is the ancient road of the 9th ancient road, which is also the end of your journey. You mean, there will be many people on the ancient road of the 5th ancient road, including those who entered the ancient road before. The voice of the guardian was suddenly interrupted. Everyone looked at the source of the voice and saw Zichen. It was him who had spoken just now. They were amazed by his courage. The guardian looked at Zichen. Zichen raised his head and looked at the guardian. His eyes were as cold as a blade. With a cold snort, the guardian sneered. That's right. There are cultivators who entered the ancient road in the past. They are either recovering from their injuries, or are afraid of the dangers on the ancient road. They don't dare to enter the depths, so they stay there and wait for death. Once you reach the ancient road of the 5th ancient road, you will have a choice. Either you stay behind, or you continue onward. If you stay behind, you will stay here forever, with no chance of leaving. If you continue onward and reach the ancient road of the 9th ancient road, you will have a second choice. This time, you can choose to stay, go deeper, or leave. The guardian's eyes flashed with a hint of mockery. Of course, to you all, that will be too far away. At least 90% of you will die on the ancient road. As for the 3 of you, don't even think about it. The fact that you can reach the ancient road of the 5th ancient road already shows that you have good fortune. This time, the one who snorted was Zichen. He was about to step on the first ancient road. He didn't hide his dissatisfaction with the guardian. She seemed to have more to say, but Zichen's attitude had displeased the guardian of the passageway. She simply didn't reveal anything about the ancient road. Instead, she waved her hand and said, "All right, the ancient road has opened." As soon as he finished speaking, the guardian of the passageway shot out a beam of energy. This beam of energy was abnormally bright, and it flew directly into the sky. At the same time, 2 more beams of energy appeared from 2 other directions. The other 2 experts had already made their moves. 3 beams of energy flew into the sky, intertwining and rotating in the air. Then, they formed a huge door. The light on the door constantly changed. As the light changed, different auras were emitted from the door. This is the passageway. It is divided into 3, 6, and 9 grades. Except for the first grade passageway, which requires specific people to enter, entering the other passageways depends on luck. The guardian lowered her head again. After looking at the crowd, her eyes fell on Zichen again. Suddenly, a mysterious smile appeared on her face. She asked, "Do you all think that the first grade ancient road is the strongest ancient road?" Everyone was silent. No one said anything, but they didn't deny it either. Only the tavern owner seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed. He said, "Sophie, what are you doing?" Sophie pointed at Zichen and the other 2. She smiled faintly and said, "Before the passageway opens, I will send them into the strongest ancient road." "The strongest ancient road is the first grade ancient road," the tavern owner said again. His voice was extremely firm. "I am the guardian of the passageway. I know best whether the strongest ancient road is a first grade ancient road or not." The smile on Sophie's face turned cold again. Zichen's heart suddenly sank. He realized that he had done something wrong. The real strongest ancient road didn't seem to be a first grade ancient road. There were other paths. Sophie, who had originally wanted to open the first grade ancient road for them, decided to open the real strongest ancient road for them because he had angered her with his words. "Are you crazy? The 3 of them are only children. Why are you angry with children?" The tavern owner's eyes widened. They don't even care about the guardian of the passageway. Naturally, they are very confident in their battle strength. Besides, I feel that they are qualified to enter the strongest trial. You are crazy. You are really crazy. How can you argue with a few children? The tavern owner shouted. I am the guardian of the passageway. I have the final say on which ancient road to open, Sophie said coldly. Yes, you are the guardian of the passageway. But don't forget that there are also ancient road guardians here. The tavern owner turned his head and looked at the indifferent old man. He said, Old man, Sophie wants to open the strongest trial for these 3 kids who are not even at the late stage of the inner core realm. Why don't you stop her? Chapter 763. The old man who was called the Watcher had a cold expression on his face. He was like a spectator, quietly observing everything. After the tavern owner spoke, he turned to look at the tavern owner and said, This is the authority of the guardian of the passage. Hearing this, the tavern owner raised his eyebrows and said loudly, Authority? What **T authority? If they entered the first-grade ancient road, the 3 of them still had a chance to survive. But if they enter the strongest ancient road, they have no chance at all. This is obviously sending them to their deaths, sending a few talented little guys to their deaths. Do you know that? The old man looked at the tavern owner, then looked at Zichen's group and said calmly, Entering the passageway to the starting ground is also sending them to their deaths. 2 of the 3 agreed. 3-2, Zichen's group entered the strongest ancient road without any suspense. Zichen's heart sank to the bottom. He didn't dare to refute. His impulsive actions today had harmed the monk and the demonic ape. He didn't want to harm Lin Shui and Su Mengyao, who might enter here in the future. The surrounding cultivators all had a gloating expression on their faces. Entering the first-grade ancient road was already bad enough. Who would have thought that they would enter the strongest ancient road? This was great. Looking at the tavern owner's attitude, they knew that they would die without a doubt. Sophie raised her head and looked at the portal in the air. The portal was emitting light, which was where the passageway was located. But in the next moment, Sophie's hands began to form seals. As the complicated seals fell, an even more terrifying aura circulated in the portal. As the seals fell, the portal expanded. A terrifying and tyrannical aura actually rushed out from the portal. Along with this terrifying aura, there was also a maniacal laughter. Ha ha, someone has opened the ancient path of the strongest. Excellent, it's been a long time since I've tasted delicious meat. Little fellow, hurry up and come in. Along with this crazy voice, there was a powerful spiritual sense. This spiritual sense passed through the portal and swept across everyone in the square. Suddenly, a sense of danger rose in everyone's heart. Except for the 3 powerhouses, everyone's expression changed after sensing this aura. This included those who Zichen was extremely afraid of and didn't snatch it. Of course, this also included Zichen's group. Hee. Looks like death is truly the only outcome. Many of the cultivators there scoffed inwardly. Which one of you is going in? Sophie looked down at Zichen and the other 2 with a cold smile. Who's here? Didn't a group come? Come on in, all of you. It's been a long time since I've eaten meat, especially delicious human meat. The cruel voice from before sounded from the door again. I'll do it. The voices of the devil ape and the monk rang out in the next moment. However, just as the 2 of them took a step forward, Zichen had already turned into a beam of light and rushed into the sky. I wish you all good luck. If we have the chance to meet again in this life, we will definitely drink and chat merrily. These were the words Zichen said before he stepped onto the ancient path. After he finished speaking, he rushed into the passageway. Ha, human, I will eat your arm first. Just as Zichen rushed into the passage, the voice from before sounded again, followed by Zichen's exclamation. After that, there were no more sounds coming from the door, and the terrifying aura was also receding. Everyone's expressions changed once more. Could it be that the incomparably powerful Zichen had died as soon as he entered? He's a loyal fellow, but he's also a short-lived fellow. Sophie smiled. A second door appeared. After this door appeared, everyone felt an extremely oppressive aura assault them. That aura made them extremely uncomfortable. Although there was no sound coming from this passageway, The dangerous aura was not the slightest bit weaker than the one Zi Chen had entered. Sophie's gaze fell on the two of them, but before she could say anything, the devil ape charged into the passageway. So what if it's the strongest trial? I, the heaven-splitting battle ape, have always been the strongest. The devil ape's heroic voice rang out. After that, the passageway closed. Quite a few people's hearts shook when they heard the devil ape's words. A foreign race, a heaven-splitting battle ape. No wonder the black ape was so powerful. It was the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. In the martial heaven continent, there were many human forces that had records of the heaven-splitting battle ape bloodline. This bloodline was extremely powerful. When the foreign races had invaded back then, they had caused the world to tremble. Sophie's gaze fell on Tyrant. It's your turn. Amitabha. After the third passageway opened, Tyrant chanted a Buddhist mantra and turned into a ray of golden light, charging in. Tyrant disappeared, and the door slowly closed. The terrifying aura that was not any weaker than the previous two also slowly dissipated. Now that the three powerful opponents had disappeared, everyone sighed in relief. Now, it was time to test their luck. Whether it was the 2nd or 9th tier ancient road, everything depended on luck. But who would have thought that before they reached that stage? The terrifying aura from the door slowly dissipated, replaced by a slightly weaker aura. It spread out from the door, sweeping through the entire plaza. Next is the 1st tier ancient road. It's the strongest ancient road that you all spoke of before. Who wants to enter? Sophie looked down at everyone and shouted. Hearing this, everyone subconsciously took a few steps back. What kind of joke was this? They didn't even have time to avoid this ancient road. Humph! What a bunch of trash. Those three aren't much stronger than any of you, but they dared to enter the trial road, which is even stronger than the 1st tier ancient road. Look at you, you don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road, Sophie sneered. If Zi Chen's group of three were to hear this, they would definitely cry. Everyone knew what was going on, so they weren't provoked. Only a few people's expressions changed. They believed that if Zi Chen's group of three had a choice, they wouldn't even enter the 1st tier ancient road. They would only rely on luck to enter the 2nd to 9th tier ancient road. As expected, you really are a bunch of trash. You don't even dare to enter the 1st tier ancient road. Since you're so cowardly, I'll give you some courage. As soon as Sophie finished speaking, she quickly pointed at a man in the crowd. With this point, Sophie used her authority as the guardian of the passageway. A beam of light shot out from the 1st tier door, carrying the power of the ancient road's rules, and landed on the young man's body. Covered by this beam of light, the young man's expression changed drastically. Light surged around his body as he tried to break free from this energy beam. Not bad. Continue to use your full strength. If you can break free from the shackles of the 1st tier ancient road, then congratulations. You're qualified to enter the strongest ancient road, Sophie's voice rang out again. Under these obviously threatening words, the young man instantly stopped struggling and allowed the beam of light to bind him. Then, he flew into the air and entered the 1st tier ancient road. Silence filled the area. At this moment, everyone felt like they were meat on the chopping block. They were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered, quietly waiting to be called out. Sure enough, Sophie pointed a finger at another young man. This was a young man who often appeared in the tavern. When Zi Chen first appeared, he didn't even look at Zi Chen. In the end, he spoke up because Zi Chen was wasting wine. Covered by the light, the young man smiled bitterly. His figure flew into the air and disappeared after entering the passageway. Then, Sophie pointed a finger again. This time, it was the second person sitting alone in the tavern. If I knew this would happen, I would have kept a low profile. Covered by the light, he couldn't escape the fate of entering the 1st tier ancient road. After 3 people were selected to enter the 1st tier ancient road, many of the cultivators in the crowd changed their expressions. When you came in, I had some understanding of your strength. In order to ensure the balance of the ancient road, when your strength reaches a certain range, you must enter the 1st tier ancient road. As she spoke, Sophie pointed a finger again. A beam of light from the 1st tier ancient road fell on a dragon man. This dragon man was Long Feng. Since coming here, Long Feng had been very low-key. He had never entered the tavern, nor had he fought with anyone. But now, he was targeted by Sophie. I, Long Feng, want to try the first-tier ancient road. Long Feng's eyes flashed. He ignored the exclamations of the other dragon men beside him and took the initiative to rush into the passageway. Everyone's expression became complicated. Obviously, those who were lucky enough to enter the first-tier ancient road were the true powerhouses. Those who weren't selected were also relatively weak. Sophie then selected more than 10 people, and all of them entered the first-tier ancient road. This time, close to 20 people entered the first-tier ancient road. 3 people entered the strongest ancient road, and the rest were probably people who tried their luck. Among them, people like Yarrow Tingfei, who had a strong expression before, were not selected. This was undoubtedly the greatest underestimation of the other party's battle strength. This made the other people's expressions very ugly. Next is the second-tier ancient road. Is there anyone willing to enter? If not, the passageway will be opened for you. The door above Sophie's head changed again, and the second-tier ancient road appeared. I'll go. Yarrow Tingfei turned into a beam of light and rushed in. Although he didn't want to enter the first-tier ancient road, it didn't mean that he could accept the fact that he wasn't selected. Therefore, he had to enter the second-tier ancient road. Apart from Yarrow Tingfei, there were many powerful existences who weren't selected. They all turned into beams of light and rushed in. This time, more than 200 of the 3,000 cultivators entered the second-tier ancient road. After these 200 people, the second-tier ancient road closed. After that, the door in the sky enlarged again, occupying the entire sky. Next, you guys can go in yourselves. Sophie's voice was indifferent. Obviously, she had lost interest in these people. Without needing Sophie's instructions, everyone turned into beams of light and rushed into the passageway until the last person disappeared. After all the cultivators entered and closed the door, Sophie snorted coldly. Humph, if you enter the other ancient roads, you'll be weak even if you come out alive. You'll be suppressed by others. It's better not to enter. Everyone has their own ambitions. Sophie, why do you care about this? The tavern owner smiled, then looked at Sophie and the old man. He asked seriously, do you two really think the 3 of them can come out alive? Chapter 764. In the ancient road of the strongest trial, Zichen was running for his life. Before coming here, he had already prepared for the worst. However, when he really stepped in, he realized that he had still underestimated this place. This was the ancient road of the strongest trial, but since it was called a trial, there should be a slim chance of survival. However, ever since Zichen entered, he had been chased. If he was not fast enough, he would have died long ago. Damn it, where is this second ancient road? Zichen roared in his heart. Although it was called an ancient road, it was more appropriate to call it a small world. This place was vast and boundless, and Zichen had not reached the end. However, this was a desolate small world. Other than the pursuers, Zichen had not seen any living creatures. Boom! Behind him, the energy surged violently, and a burst of qi spread out through the air. A tall figure stepped out from the sky, holding a long blade that was as black as ink in his hand. The edge of the blade shone with a cold light. In the past few days, this black blade had caused quite a lot of trouble for Zichen. The tall figure held the black blade and wore a black armor. A pitch-black helmet covered his entire face, and only his emotionless eyes were exposed. In addition to the black blade in his right hand, the figure also held a black shield with super defensive power in his left hand. Seeing Zichen running away, the tall figure held the black blade tightly and slashed forward. A pitch-black blade light surged out from the tip of the blade, and with a terrifying aura, it slashed toward Zichen. Ha! Zichen shouted as the danger came. The dragon soul spear appeared in his hand. After a dragon roar that shook the sky, Zichen waved the spear, and a thunder dragon phantom rushed toward the blade light. The two energies collided in mid-air, and the violent energy kept coming into contact. In an instant, the area within 1,000 meters was turned into a dark zone of destruction. Chen's already pale face turned even paler after this attack. This black shadow was like an unkillable cockroach. Not only was it powerful, but the weapon in its hand was also no weaker than the Dragon Soul Spear. Furthermore, every time they clashed head-on, Chen would suffer some injuries. On the other hand, his opponent was always able to dodge the energy shockwaves with his black shield. Human, die. A roar suddenly rang out from the sky. The black shadow from before rushed out from the turbulent energy with its black shield in hand. The long blade in its hand slashed directly at Chen. Chen quickly retreated and brandished his spear. Once again, the Dragon Soul Spear shot out like a lightning dragon. Its entire body glowed brilliantly as it released a powerful energy. Where the two energies came into contact, another area of destruction was formed. Because Chen couldn't dodge in time, he was hit by the energy shockwave. The blood and chi in his body churned, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. It's useless. I can't be killed. Human, you should take the initiative to die and let me enjoy the delicious food. Speaking of which, I'm already hungry. The hideous laughter rang out again. The black shadow rushed out again with its black shield. The energy aura around its body was still the same. Not only was it not injured, but it also didn't seem to have consumed any energy. None of the humans who entered this ancient road have successfully escaped from my hands. Human, accept your fate. The black shadow rushed out and slashed again with its blade. Its attack was still as fierce and terrifying as ever. Chen was helpless. After a simple clash, he could only keep dodging. He had always been the one who took the initiative in battle, but he kept dodging in the confrontation with the black shadow. When he was looking for the exit, he saw many human skeletons in the small world. The flesh on these skeletons had long disappeared. He didn't know if they had rotted or been eaten by the black shadow. However, no matter the former or the latter, it proved that this was a human cultivator who had entered the strongest ancient road. Since they dared to enter this place, their combat power was naturally strong. However, they were dead. Moreover, the existence chasing after them at an extremely fast speed indeed gave people a feeling that they were invincible. In the process of escaping, Chen's consumption also increased. During this time, he didn't find the exit of the small world, but he saw more skeletons. Some of the skeletons were even glowing, and there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual energy in them. Obviously, this was a real powerhouse. Moreover, it hadn't been long since they died. It should be more than 1,000 years or 10,000 years. Just like before, the black shadow quickly caught up with him and continued to slash with its blade. This time, the blade light was actually 30% sharper than before. During the fierce battle, not only did the black shadow not consume any energy, but it also became stronger. This was partly because Chen was getting weaker, but more because the black shadow had indeed become stronger. Human, I'm hungry. I don't want to play anymore. Let's fight to determine the winner. The black shadow's aura began to soar, becoming more violent. At the same time, a powerful spiritual thought rushed out of the black shadow's sea of consciousness. The spiritual thought was comparable to a bolt of lightning, rushing towards Chen. Chen mobilized his spiritual thought to defend himself. With a muffled groan, Chen coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. He felt as if his sea of consciousness was about to explode. Unexpectedly, the black shadow's spiritual thought was also so terrifying. Chen's face was already pale. Your spiritual thought is not weak. Let's see how many times you can block it. The black shadow snorted coldly. Then, the powerful spiritual thought left its body again and raged towards Chen like a bolt of lightning. Silver light flashed on Chen's back, and the heavenly thunder wings appeared. While blocking the black shadow's spiritual thought attack, he also took advantage of the opportunity to retreat. In the end, after withstanding the black shadow's spiritual thought attack 3 times, Chen turned into a beam of light and successfully escaped again. Just as Chen flew away, the black shadow's eyes flashed and it muttered, "What strong resilience. If it were any other human, they would have died long ago." This time, Chen displayed his extreme speed and flew toward the end of the world. He was like an arrow released from a bow, moving forward in a straight line. During this time, Chen had flown for tens of thousands of miles until the ultimate energy in abdomen was completely depleted. This time, I shouldn't be able to catch up. I have to find a way out and leave this place. Chen took out a blood healing pill and swallowed it. The effect of the blood healing pill was comparable to a small treasure pill. Chen's injuries, which were not serious, were quickly healed. At the same time, Chen swallowed another pill to recover his injured spiritual thought. In less than a minute, Chen's injuries were completely healed. However, the energy in his body was still in a state of emptiness. There was almost no spiritual energy in this world. It was impossible to absorb energy from the outside world to recover. In desperation, Chen could only swallow a blood vitality pill. Just as he was considering whether to swallow an ordinary blood vitality pill or a special blood vitality pill, the void behind him vibrated again. "Brat, in my world, you can't escape." The Black Shadow's voice sounded again. Chen's expression instantly changed. He was shocked. How is this possible? I displayed my extreme speed, but he caught up so quickly. Just as he was crying out in alarm, the Black Shadow appeared from the horizon. As it approached, the black blade in its hand was raised high once again. "You've used up all your energy. Die." The Black Shadow swung its blade at Chen again. Chen could only swallow a special blood vitality pill to quickly recover his energy. After blocking the Black Shadow's attack, he looked for another opportunity to escape. The Black Shadow's attacks were extremely fierce, but Chen was always able to find an opportunity to escape. However, after running far away, the Black Shadow was always able to catch up with him and launch a new round of attacks. Time passed as he ran and stopped. However, in this place where there was no night, Chen couldn't accurately calculate the passage of time. Unable to sense the flow of time, Chen could only calculate by the number of blood vitality pills he had swallowed. So far, he had swallowed 5 special blood vitality pills. This meant that Chen had used up all his energy 5 times during the chase. How can this be? After swallowing the 6th blood vitality pill, Chen's face was filled with confusion again. The Black Shadow's speed was obviously not as fast as his, but he was still able to catch up with him after he had left him far behind. Moreover, in this world where there was no energy, he had already consumed a lot of energy. However, the Black Shadow's energy was not only not depleted, but was instead becoming stronger. The Black Shadow's situation gave Chen an extremely strange feeling. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the Black Shadow to catch up with him again. This time, Chen began to run as soon as he saw the strange movement on the horizon. While running, he kept thinking about the strangeness of the Black Shadow. While running, Chen naturally saw many glowing human skeletons again. Chen's face was filled with more and more confusion. He felt as if there was a layer of fog in his mind. He was only a little bit away from seeing through this place. Fog. Chen was suddenly startled. Then, his eyes began to shine. It was as if a bolt of lightning had flashed across his sea of consciousness, illuminating his sea of consciousness and dispelling all the fog. So that's how it is. As if he had been enlightened, Chen was suddenly enlightened. He understood the reason behind all the confusion. He instantly understood all the problems before and after. After understanding everything, Chen stopped running. Instead, he turned around and looked in the direction where the Black Shadow was coming from. Judging by the time, it should be here soon. Chen's face was filled with confidence. Sure enough, it didn't take long for a vibration to come from the horizon. The tall Black Shadow once again came with a saber. "Ha ha, die, human." When it arrived, the Black Shadow was still laughing wildly. It was ready to slash with its saber. However, it suddenly found that the human in front of it was very unusual this time. The human did not take out a weapon to block it, nor did he immediately run away. Instead, he quietly looked at it. A trace of confusion appeared on the face covered by the helmet. The Black Shadow did not immediately attack. However, this trace of confusion quickly disappeared. The Black Shadow sneered. "What? You know that you can't escape from my grasp, so you're not running and are waiting for death." As it spoke, the Black Shadow approached Chen. A terrifying aura attacked Chen. A feeling of oppression filled the sky. Yes, I don't plan to run. Zichen smiled. Well, since you're so tactful, I'll give you a chance to kill yourself. If you kill yourself, I can let your body go and not devour your flesh and blood, the Black Shadow said as it approached. Chapter 765. Zichen took the initiative to step forward, but the Black Shadow stopped. His eyes flashed, and his face under the mask kept changing. The sneer on Zichen's face became more and more intense. His whole body flashed with golden light, and his powerful breath was in a dormant state. Looking at Zichen, who was approaching, the Black Shadow was full of killing intent. He suddenly laughed. You want to fight with me? You are looking for death. The breath around the Black Shadow became more and more terrifying, like a peerless beast. His monstrous power disturbed the space around him, and the space began to distort. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. Human, today I will let you see my real combat ability. I promise, with one strike, you will die without a complete corpse. Under the monstrous breath, the Black Shadow was like a demon. The power of space continued to wreak havoc. This power could easily destroy a Dan Yuan master, and its breath could cause the space to tremble and distort. Obviously, the Black Shadow's combat ability had reached an undefeatable level. But facing the power of space, Zichen's face did not change, and he did not stop. He walked straight towards the Black Shadow, and the smile on his face gradually turned into a mocking one. Before, he was only guessing, and could not be 100% sure about the strangeness of the Black Shadow. But now that the Black Shadow had made such a scene, Zichen was sure of his guess. He looked at the Black Shadow in front of him and said mockingly, "Don't you think you are making too much noise? With such power, you can even kill a human origin stage cultivator who came back from the ancient road, let alone a Dan Yuan master like me. Human, it's good that you know how powerful I am. Now you still have time to run. Once I attack, you will die without a doubt." The Black Shadow shouted again, and the oppressive breath around him became even stronger. "Run! Why should I run? Don't you want to kill me? Come on, I will stand here and wait for you to kill me." Zichen stopped when he was dozens of meters away from the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow seemed to be surprised, and did not attack immediately. Zichen's sneer became more and more intense. He said, "What, you don't dare to attack? If you don't dare to attack, then I will kill you. Human, you are courting death." The black figure gritted his teeth and shouted. He raised the black blade in his hand again and slashed down at Zichen. There was a loud explosion in the sky, as if the sky was collapsing. The sound reverberated throughout the small world. The distorted void was cut into pieces by the saber. A huge saber light descended from the sky with the power to destroy the world. As the blade slashed down, the aura around the black figure became even more tyrannical. An ear-piercing and sharp sinister laugh came from his mouth. Zichen lifted his head to look at the Armageddon blade force. A cold smile appeared on his face. He did not use the Dragon Soul Spear. Instead, he raised his right hand and pointed at the blade light with his middle finger. At this moment, there was not much energy surging within the middle finger. Facing such a powerful attack, Zichen's action was undoubtedly courting death. However, when the black figure saw Zichen's counterattack, his eyes suddenly widened. His face, which was covered by the mask, was obviously shocked. The saber light fell, and the space around Zichen was shattered. A huge black hole appeared in front of Zichen. It was like a big mouth of the netherworld that wanted to swallow him. The sky-high saber light above his head slashed down with a terrifying aura. In the next moment, the saber light and the black hole arrived in front of Zichen at the same time. However, a strange scene occurred. When the black hole was 1 meter away from Zichen, it could not move any further. The huge saber light automatically dissipated when it came into contact with Zichen's finger. When it fell from the sky, the saber light's power was extremely terrifying. However, when it was dissipated by the finger, it emitted an extremely weak energy. The saber light dissipated, and the strange phenomenon between heaven and earth disappeared. The huge black hole in front of Zichen also disappeared. Zichen's smile grew wider, and he looked more confident. He had guessed correctly and gambled correctly. Everything was an illusion. However, facing such a real and terrifying saber attack without moving, Zichen felt quite pressured. His back was already drenched in cold sweat. How can this be? My power, why is my power so weak? It's you. What kind of sorcery did you use? Seeing that his attack did not work, the black figure suddenly let out a strange cry. You're still pretending. Do you think this is fun? Zichen's face was full of disdain. I don't know what you're talking about. It's you. You must have used some sorcery. The black figure kept pointing his saber at Zichen, but he did not make a second attack. Your illusion is very real, but there are too many loopholes. Zichen looked at the black figure in front of him and said indifferently, the ancient road to the trial has not been opened for tens of thousands of years. However, you think you're smart enough to create the corpses of cultivators who died within tens of thousands of years. This loophole is too big. The black figure stopped crying and stared at Zichen. He said coldly, as expected, you saw through it. This is only your first loophole. The second loophole is that in this world without the slightest bit of heaven and earth spirit chi, your powerful attacks actually don't consume any of your energy. Furthermore, my speed far exceeds yours, but you can always find me at the right time. The black figure's eyes became colder. He snorted and said, so what if you know this is an illusion? You can only see through it, but you can't break it. How would I know if I don't try? With that, Zichen turned into a ray of golden light and charged at the black figure. This was the first time he took the initiative to attack since entering the ancient beast world. Knowing that this was an illusion, Zichen's attacks were much simpler. There was no surging energy around him. All the energy was dormant in his body and would only appear when he attacked. Like lightning, Zichen arrived in front of the black figure and punched. Golden fist light appeared on the surface of Zichen's body. All the energy and aura were restrained. Boom! The space around Zichen shattered. A surging aura spread out from the black figure. At the same time, the black figure raised his saber and slashed at Zichen. With one slash, the void shattered. The power of space twisted continuously. It's useless. As long as I don't release my energy, your attacks won't be able to hurt me. Every time I was knocked back, it was because I was in an illusion. I was knocked back by my own energy. Zichen sneered as he punched the black shadow with his fist. Peng! The energy contained within the fist directly pierced through the blade radiance and hit the black shadow, causing a dull sound. The black shadow's terrifying aura dissipated like a bubble, and he was sent flying by Zichen. I can't die here. Even if you know this is an illusion, you can't break it. Don't even think about leaving. The black figure was sent flying. There were no injuries on his body. He looked at Zichen with eyes full of hatred. In this world, there is no one who can't die. Zichen smiled coldly. He flashed forward again. Then, Zichen punched. The golden fist light kept hitting the black figure. Dull explosions sounded from time to time. During this time, the black figure's body kept surging with ferocious aura. The space in the illusion kept shattering because of the opponent's ferocious aura. Zichen's fist didn't have a strong aura. This level of attack couldn't hurt the black figure at all. It could only send the black figure flying. Every time Zichen attacked, the black figure would roar and counterattack with the illusion. However, everything was illusory. Zichen didn't care. Zichen flashed to the black figure's side again and punched again. The void around the black figure shattered again. The surging ferocious aura swept through the world. At the same time, the sky-high saber light fell and slashed at Zichen again. Mph, it's just a small trick. Zichen snorted disdainfully. However, he was laughing in his heart. After waiting for so long, he finally got the chance to break the array. Just when the black figure thought that the human would ignore its attack like before, it found that the human actually withdrew his fist and began to form seals. The simple seals quickly fell. Then, from Zichen's sea of consciousness, a golden light of spiritual thoughts rushed out. The golden light of spiritual thoughts was as vast as the sea. The moment it appeared, it turned into a golden dragon and slammed into the black saber light. No! Seeing this, the black figure suddenly screamed in panic. Chen used all his spiritual thoughts to launch this attack. This was also his only chance to break the array. The powerful spiritual thoughts collided with the black figure's saber light. Golden and black light raged in the sky. The space shattered under the collision of spiritual thoughts. Like a mirror, a new world appeared in front of Chen. The illusion array had been broken, and the real world appeared. This was a desolate land. There was no spiritual energy in the world. Without spiritual energy, there was no vegetation. The whole world seemed dead and lifeless. Looking down at the ground, Chen only saw a few eerie white skeletons. Other than that, Chen also saw a skeleton that had not yet decomposed. The skeleton held a black saber in its right hand, a black shield in its left hand, and wore black armor. The black figure in the illusion was the skeleton, but it was created by the illusion. The real black figure had died a long time ago. The black figure's original form was dead. Chen only glanced at it and then looked away. Then, he saw a small bug about 20 centimeters long beside the black figure. The bug was white all over, like pure jade. The bug's body was curled up, and its small eyes stared at Chen in horror. "It's you, little guy. You almost got me killed." Chen looked at the bug with curiosity in his eyes. Chen's figure landed. The bug's eyes were filled with fear. Chen's counterattack had severely damaged the opponent's spiritual thoughts, and it was no longer a threat to Chen. However, the cautious Chen still released his powerful spiritual thoughts to investigate the surroundings. Sure enough, other than the bug, there were no other living creatures in this desolate land. As he released his spiritual thoughts, Chen also found the exit of this ancient road. Chen used his ultimate energy to imprison the bug. During this time, the bug emitted a terrified cry for mercy. "So it's you, little guy, who's playing tricks." Hearing the familiar voice, Chen was completely relieved. This little insect was not strong, but its spiritual sense was extraordinarily strong. Moreover, the illusion it created was full of loopholes, and it even managed to fool Chen. Chen was very interested in it and planned to tame it and bring it along. After using his energy to imprison the bug, Chen set it aside. Only then did his gaze fall on the skeleton. To be precise, it fell on the saber and the black shield. Chapter 766. Just as Chen had said earlier, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Therefore, the black saber, black shield, and black armor, which were of extraordinary quality, had lost their original power due to the passage of time. The three items, which were exposed without any seals, had lost their spiritual power and were of little value. Chen had no use for them. Instead, they would increase the capacity of his spirit ring. Then, Chen found another spirit ring on the side. This was the spirit ring of a dead cultivator. The cultivator had died as soon as he entered this place. Obviously, there was a bountiful harvest inside. Chen's eyes lit up and he quickly picked up the spirit ring. Picking up the spirit ring, Chen found that the spirit ring had already recognized its owner. Moreover, there was the aura of the white jade bug inside. This discovery reduced Chen's excitement by 30%. The white jade bug was severely injured. Chen relied on his powerful spiritual thoughts to attack the spirit ring again. After forcefully breaking open the spirit ring, Chen found that the spirit ring was empty. There were no resources inside. Obviously, all the resources inside had been devoured by the bug. There was no spiritual energy of heaven and earth here. If the white jade bug wanted to replenish itself, it could only kill humans and devour the resources in their spirit rings. Moreover, no one had set foot here for 10,000 years. Chen had already guessed this result. Chen, who didn't find anything, picked up the imprisoned white jade bug and continued to search the area. After searching around and checking all the bones, he still didn't find anything. The spirit rings that he occasionally found were also empty. This place was desolate and dilapidated. Even weeds did not grow. It was dead silent. There was nothing of value here. There was also no spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen felt so out of place in this world. He even felt the yuan energy in his body slowly drain away as he walked. An extremely uncomfortable feeling of rejection filled his heart. Zichen stepped onto the second ancient road. During this time, he did not communicate with the white jade bug. Zichen walked through the teleportation portal and stepped onto the second ancient road. As the light flashed and his figure reappeared, Zichen felt a scorching wave of fire wash over him. This place was like a sea of flames. Blazing flames rose from the ground, illuminating Zichen with a bright red light. The burning of the underground flames caused space to distort. The temperature of the flames was very high. Even with his perfect body, Zichen felt threatened. Of course, a threat didn't mean that these flames could kill Zichen. The present Zichen's perfect body was no longer what it used to be. Since it was known as the strongest physique, it was naturally not something that could be melted by mere earth fire. Those who cultivate fire attribute cultivation arts will definitely think that they've arrived in heaven. But for lightning attribute cultivation arts, it has no effect at all. Zichen looked at the sea of fire in front of him with a face full of disappointment. There was only fire spiritual energy here. To Zichen, it didn't mean much. Although he could absorb some, the amount was too little. At most, it was better than nothing on the first ancient road. When he arrived at the second ancient road, just as Zichen was about to investigate if there were any terrifying existences here, he felt a strange movement from the white jade bug in his hand. After lowering his head, Zichen saw that the white jade bug, which had been imprisoned by extreme energy, had slowly turned illusory before dissipating into pure spiritual energy. Zichen couldn't be any clearer about what was happening. A clone, the white jade bug he had caught was actually just a clone of Qin Wentian. As for the real body that was injured, it was naturally still on the first ancient path. He had been fooled. Zichen was momentarily stunned. He often used his avatars to fool others. He never thought that he would be fooled here. Even if he was fooled by someone else, it would be fine. But it just had to be a bug. Zichen's expression constantly changed. He was secretly regretting his carelessness. This person had a powerful spiritual sense, could create illusion arrays for others, and even knew the art of avatars. This was undoubtedly a capable assistant. If he had been more careful, he would have been able to capture the injured avatar. Then, it would have been easier to traverse the ancient road. But the careless Zichen didn't get anything. While he felt regretful, Zichen gained an even deeper understanding of the ancient road of trials, and it was that he couldn't be careless at all times and must not be overconfident. The price he had paid this time was only a white jade bug. If he was careless again, he might very well pay with his life. Zichen, who was secretly summarizing his mistakes, was a little absent-minded. At this time, a flame spewed out from the ground near Zichen. A flame creature suddenly rushed out from the giant flames. This was a one-horned, bull-like fire spirit. With the help of the spewing flames, the fire spirit ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. The fire spirit was very close to Zichen and its speed was also very fast. By the time Zichen sensed the incoming danger and made an effective counterattack, it was already a step too late. Peng! Zichen had shattered the flame creature with a single punch, and the golden light had also extinguished the flames in front of him. However, the power of the collision just now, other than the violent flame energy, was also extremely strong and could not be underestimated. Zichen staggered and lost his balance. He took several steps back and retreated into the spewing earth fire. While Zichen was retreating, the earth fire around him began to continuously erupt. At first, it was just simple earth fire, but when Zichen approached, other than the earth fire, there were also fire spirits. These fire spirits were almost the same in appearance. They were all one-horned bull-like creatures. After they appeared, they ruthlessly smashed towards Zichen. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by fire spirits. In the process of charging forward, Zichen was completely surrounded by fire spirits. Even with the golden light shield between them, Zichen could feel a scorching heat. Bean-sized beads of sweat dripped from his forehead. In addition, Zichen, who was in the midst of the flames, actually felt the elemental energy in his body rapidly depleting. Then, he was covered by numerous fire spirits. Zichen's figure completely disappeared and was replaced by numerous fire spirits. An earth-shattering dragon's roar suddenly rang out from the flames. Then, as if they were frightened, the fire spirits fled in all directions. However, just as their figures rose into the air, they exploded in the next moment, turning into rootless flames and dissipating. In Zichen's hand, the dragon's soul spear emitted a bright silver light. A thunder dragon's shadow floated in it, and a deep and loud dragon's roar came from the spear. Within a radius of more than 10 meters around Zichen, all the fire spirits were scattered. In the process of dissipating, there were flames that were as thick as strands of hair that entered the dragon's soul spear and were absorbed by the dragon's soul. Zichen, who previously felt that the dragon's soul had not dissipated, was now even more certain of his guess. These fire spirits had awakened the dragon's soul. As they were all creatures, the essence of the fire spirits was naturally the greatest tonic for the dragon's soul. Zichen held the spear and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed that this place was also a treasure to him. Zichen held the dragon's soul spear tightly and walked forward. Silver light flashed on the dragon's soul spear and the thunder dragon's shadow appeared. However, after walking for dozens of meters, Zichen did not encounter any fire spirits' attacks. Such a scene caused Zichen to frown slightly. Peng! 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 Just as the silver light on the dragon's soul spear converged and the dragon's might dissipated, there was a rumbling sound from the ground again. More fire spewed out from the ground, and more fire spirits appeared in the fire. If Zichen had hunted more than 10 fire spirits before, then this time, there were dozens of them swarming over. Zichen swept with the spear. Silver light flashed and a dragon's roar resounded through the world. The dragon's might spread. Wherever the silver light passed, these fire spirits were shattered without any suspense. When they turned into flames, a trace of fire essence entered the spear and was swallowed by the dragon's soul. After killing a wave, Zichen held the spear and went forward again. The scene where the fire spirits did not appear before happened again. Therefore, Zichen continued to converge the dragon's soul. Like this, he converged the dragon's soul and used his human aura to lure the fire spirits out. Zichen swept his spear again. In less than an hour, Zichen had killed several hundred fire spirits. These fire spirits were only a mass of fire essence. They were not true fire spirits because they had no thoughts or wisdom. All of their actions were based on instinct. After swallowing several hundred flame essences, the dragon's soul spear didn't change in the slightest. Obviously, the flame essences it swallowed were not enough. As he went deeper, not only did the fire spirits become larger, but the flame essences within them also became larger. Zichen guessed that in this world of fire, there should be a fire spirit comparable to the thunder dragon. Moreover, as he went deeper, the suppression of the dragon's might on the dragon's soul spear was no longer obvious. In the end, Zichen didn't even need to converge the dragon's soul's aura as the fire spirits would automatically appear. The fire spirits here were even larger. Each of them was more than 3 meters tall. In addition, the power of the flames contained in their bodies was also stronger. Zichen's attacks with the dragon's soul spear were no longer as sharp as before. After advancing for several thousand meters, the fire spirits that Zichen encountered were already as big as mountains. Every attack of the other party was accompanied by a thunderous sound. As it moved, it carried a tyrannical aura that caused the world to tremble. Zichen swept the spear in his hand. A dragon's roar sounded as a thunder dragon rushed out from the spear and went straight to the mountain fire spirit. Peng! The thunder dragon that was able to break through other creatures was shattered by a single blow from the mountain fire spirit. At the same time, the fire spirit took a large step forward and rushed towards Zichen. As it ran, there was a thunderous roar between heaven and earth. Before the mountain fire spirit arrived, a wave of fire that exuded a tyrannical aura had already swept towards Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. He clenched the dragon soul spear and turned into a golden light as he fiercely stabbed towards the mountain fire spirit. Boom! A loud tremor came out. After the two collided, a turbulent energy swept out. After the explosion, both of them were repelled. Zichen's face was obviously surprised. His powerful attack with the dragon soul spear didn't kill this unintelligent fire spirit. Roar! The fire spirit that was pushed back roared at the sky. The earth fire around it surged even more fiercely. Because of Zi-Chen's attack, the fire spirit's light had dimmed, but because of the surrounding fire energy, it once again became stronger. Chapter 767. In this world of flames, the fire spirit was never afraid of consumption. It was just like the illusion where the black shadow was trapped in the first ancient road. As the two sides fought, loud energy explosions constantly sounded out. Zi-Chen suppressed the fire spirit with all his strength, but his own consumption was increasing. In terms of combat strength, the fire spirit was weaker than Zi-Chen. Every time Zi-Chen attacked, he could injure the fire spirit. Sometimes, he could even severely injure it. However, the fire spirit was in this world of flames, which was equivalent to having an endless supply of energy. As long as it was not a fatal injury, it would recover in the next moment and regain its peak combat strength. I have to kill it in one blow. Otherwise, no matter how many attacks I use, it will be useless. Zi-Chen held his spear in the air, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The constant attacks allowed him to see the problem. If he continued to fight like this, he would be the one to suffer. As long as he could not kill the fire spirit in one blow, it would instantly recover to its peak state. Then, all his previous attacks would be wasted. Zi-Chen's abdomen. Extreme yin and extreme yang energy seeped out of his body. Gold and silver light covered Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen, who was ready to use his full strength, mobilized the two extreme energies in his body at the same time. A powerful aura was released from his body. The two energies merged into the dragon spear one after another. The silver dragon spear also emitted gold and silver light in an instant. The two extreme energies revolved in the dragon spear. A crazy and tyrannical aura emerged after a loud dragon roar, wreaking havoc in this world of flames. The fire spirit had no intelligence. It did not sense the dangerous aura emitted by Zi-Chen. After letting out a roar, it rushed towards Zi-Chen in a straight line. Zi-Chen, who had finished accumulating power, had a murderous look in his eyes. He turned into a two-colored light and rushed towards the fire spirit with his spear. The spear suddenly swept out and a thunder dragon rushed out from the dragon soul spear. This thunder dragon was half gold and half silver. The two opposite energies were circulating under the control of Zi-Chen's spiritual sense. Just as the thunder dragon was about to hit the fire spirit, the circulation suddenly became chaotic. Then, the yin and yang energies collided and the thunder dragon exploded. Boom! The collision of extreme energies directly exploded, and a boundless aura of destruction engulfed the fire spirit. Facing the destructive aura produced by the collision of the two extreme energies, the fire spirit didn't even have time to scream before its huge body was torn to shreds by the two energies. In the sky, the rootless flames surged and slowly dissipated. A fist-sized fire crystal fell from the dissipating flames. Zi-Chen's eyes were sharp and his hands were quick. He grabbed the flame crystal stone. This was the energy core of the fire spirit solidification. The function of the flame crystal stone was almost the same as the thunder crystal. It could be used to refine artifacts, but it could also be used for cultivation. The thunder crystal contained a bolt of lightning, while the flame crystal stone contained a ball of flame. Because this area was special, the flame crystal stone had formed a fire spirit. Zi-Chen held the flame crystal in his left hand, while the dragon soul spear in his right hand trembled, as if it was extremely eager to obtain the flame crystal. Zi-Chen threw out the flame crystal stone, and at the same time used the dragon soul spear to touch it. The flame crystal stone shattered, and the flame essence within was instantly absorbed by the dragon soul. To kill a powerful fire spirit, Zi-Chen had consumed a great deal of energy. In this world of flames, he hadn't even gone a third of the way in. Naturally, the fire spirits in the depths were much more powerful. If he encountered one or two, Zi-Chen could still deal with them. But if there were too many of them, Zi-Chen would naturally be no match for them. Therefore, wanting to enter the depths and find an exit was obviously unrealistic. After killing the fire spirit, Zi-Chen decisively retreated. During this time, the Dragon Soul Spear's Dragon Soul needed to fuse with the flame essence it had swallowed, and Zi-Chen also needed to restore the energy he had consumed. This time, he swallowed an ordinary blood essence pill and then sat down cross-legged in meditation. He relied on the blood essence pill's energy as well as the surrounding fire energy to slowly restore the origin energy he had consumed. The ancient road had a total of 81 paths, and Zichen had only reached the second one. Therefore, he had to save as many resources as he could. Moreover, this road of smelting trial wasn't something that could be completed in a day or two. From the moment he stepped onto the road of smelting trial, Zichen was no longer able to judge the flow of time. Stepping onto the road of smelting trial was destined to be an extremely long journey. Only by smoothly passing through it would one know how much time had passed. But once one died, there was no need to calculate the time. After restoring the energy within his body, Zichen took the Dragon Soul Spear and continued to go deeper. He didn't stop until he encountered a fire spirit that blocked his path. At this time, Zichen didn't even place an ordinary fire spirit in his eyes. If there was something that could stop him, then it must be an existence as large and powerful as a mountain peak. Seeing a fire spirit, Zichen launched an attack. His attack was decisive and direct. 2 types of extreme energies were released, and the gold and silver thunder dragons appeared once again. Then, the fire spirit was easily killed. After the fire spirit was killed, the fist-sized flame crystal left behind was swallowed up by the dragon soul. Zichen didn't consume too much of his energy to kill the fire spirit with a single strike. Killing another fire spirit wasn't a problem. But on the ancient road, there could be dangers at any time. Therefore, maintaining vigilance at all times and ensuring one's combat strength was the most important thing. After Zichen killed the fire spirit, he no longer took any risks and retreated. Next, it was time for him to restore his energy as well as for the dragon soul to refine the flame essence. This time was far longer than the time Zichen took to kill the fire spirit. After Zichen's origin energy was slowly restored to its peak, Zichen stood up. He took the Dragon Soul Spear and continued to move forwards, killing the mountain-like fire spirit. Here, time couldn't be accurately estimated. Therefore, Zichen used the number of times he consumed energy. During the first and second times, Zichen killed a fire spirit each time. During the third time, when he consumed 70% of his energy, Zichen killed 2 powerful fire spirits. Then, he retreated and continued to restore his energy. The fourth time was the same. But during the fifth time, Zichen only consumed half of his origin energy to kill 2 fire spirits. Zichen only needed 1 strike to kill a fire spirit. But in a situation where he didn't take any pills, if Zichen wanted to use the flame energy to restore his origin energy, then according to Zichen's estimate, it would take at least 5 days. Killing an enemy only took 2 breaths of time, but recovering took 5 days. Such a huge difference in time was enough to show just how slow Zichen's efficiency in killing his enemies was. As time passed, he consumed and restored his energy again and again. As time passed, Zichen's combat strength gradually increased. At the same time, his boundary also slowly increased. After the 10th time of consumption and recovery, half of the energy in Zichen's body was already enough to kill 3 fire spirits. Every time Zichen killed a fire spirit, he would keep half of his origin energy in his body. As he went deeper, the number of fire spirits he killed also increased. Zichen sensed an extremely powerful existence in the depths. When he sensed the other party's aura, a sense of danger rose in Zichen's heart. He guessed that the other party should be a real fire spirit, an existence comparable to a thunder spirit. After carefully waiting for a few days while maintaining his peak combat strength, Zichen didn't wait for the other party to take the initiative to attack. Moreover, the dangerous aura was intermittent, sometimes strong and sometimes weak. It was extremely unstable. Zichen would definitely avoid the other party first. Therefore, after going deep to an extreme distance, Zichen used this extreme distance as a starting point and began to make a detour. He wanted to go around this extremely powerful existence and kill the other fire spirits around him. Because he could sense this existence, Zichen was even more careful when he killed the fire spirits. Moreover, he always left behind his spiritual sense to detect the other party's movements. After the 15th time of consumption, half of Zichen's origin energy was enough to kill 4 fire spirits. Zichen had a feeling that this number would soon increase. Sure enough, After the 17th time, Zi-Chen was able to kill 5 fire spirits. Although Zi-Chen's strength had increased, the Dragon Soul Spear was even more important. After absorbing so many flame essences, the Dragon Soul Spear's power had increased, and its killing power towards the fire spirits had also increased. Zi-Chen slowly stepped forwards, constantly killing the mountain-like fire spirits, constantly nibbling away at them. During this time, the fire spirit still hadn't appeared. Zi-Chen's intention was to kill all the fire spirits and then deal with the fire spirit. During this time, Zi-Chen hadn't found a passage in the outer regions. He thought that it should be deep inside. If he wanted to enter the third ancient road, he would have to kill this existence. There were simply too many fire spirits around the strongest existence. After Zi-Chen restored himself for the 20th time, he still hadn't finished killing them all. Moreover, as the number of fire spirits decreased, the tyrannical aura released by the fire spirit became increasingly terrifying. These days, the other party hadn't attacked. Zi-Chen guessed that it should be in a state of deep slumber. As the king of this world of flames, it should have some sort of spiritual sense connection with the other fire spirits. As the number of fire spirits decreased, the king must have sensed it and gradually awakened. By the time Zi-Chen recovered for the 30th time, the number of fire spirits in the mountain had drastically decreased. After devouring a large number of fire crystals, the Dragon Soul Spear had finally transformed. Its lethality towards the fire spirits had also increased by several times. Zi-Chen's slaughter of the fire spirits had finally reached an extremely simple and effortless level. The existence in the dark seemed to have completely awakened. In these 2 days, Zi-Chen felt a murderous intent locking onto him through the world of flames. This was the world of flames, and the other party was the king of flames. It might not be able to sense the situation here when it was asleep, but now that it was awake, it naturally knew what was happening here. Moreover, Zi-Chen's every move was under its observation. The reason why the fire spirit didn't take the initiative to attack was that it was extremely wary of this human trial taker. In these 2 days, it had been observing the other party, wanting to see through the other party's attack methods and then kill him. Of course, the main reason was to wait. It was waiting for all the fire spirits to die. Due to the rules here, only when all the fire spirits died could it, the king, truly awaken and display its strongest combat power. Foolish human, you are courting death. A cruel laughter sounded from the depths. At this time, Zi-Chen had killed the last fire spirit. After cautiously retreating and restoring the energy in his body to its peak state, Zi-Chen walked into the depths of the world of flames with his spear. Human, die. Chapter 768. At the center of the flame world, Zi-Chen saw the third ancient road's passageway. In front of the passageway, the king life form had completely awakened, releasing a terrifying pressure. Zi-Chen faced him in the air, his cold eyes staring at the king life form. The Dragon Soul Spear in his hand emitted a chilling light. You actually killed all the life forms of my flame world. Human trial taker, you are not bad. The king life form emitted a cold spiritual fluctuation. The king life form was humanoid and was nearly 2 meters tall. Flames burned all over its body. If it didn't have 2 horns on its head, Zi-Chen would definitely have mistaken it for the flaming man he had seen in the ancient battlefield. You clearly woke up a long time ago, so why didn't you make a move? Zi-Chen stared at the king life form and asked the question in his heart. The king life form laughed loudly. Human, your perception is extremely sharp. That's right. I woke up a long time ago. However, I wasn't in my peak state when I woke up, so I didn't have the confidence to kill you. You killed all my people, so the flames returned to the ground while I completely awakened. My combat strength has returned to its peak. Zi-Chen nodded. He finally understood why the other party hadn't taken the initiative to attack. Human trial challenger, you do have some methods. In the past, all the trial challengers that passed through here relied on their speed to directly enter the depths, and then took advantage of the fact that I was unable to awaken to enter the passageway. But, you actually chose such an extreme method of slaughter. But, I like this method. You slaughtered all my people, and I will use the same method to kill you. The king life form cruelly laughed. Zi-Chen bitterly smiled. So it was like this. It seemed that it wasn't that difficult to pass through this ancient road before. As long as one had extreme speed, it would be fine. But now, it seemed that things had become much more troublesome. However, Zichen quickly calmed down and said to the king lifeform, "Among the many ancient roads, you are only on the second one. This proves that you are the weakest. Even in your peak state, you are still the weakest. I don't believe that I can't even kill you at your weakest. Human trial taker, don't boast shamelessly. The guardians of the ancient road don't differentiate between strong and weak. You dare look down on me? Today, you will die without a burial. Remember, the one who will kill you is the king of the flame world, Hughes." Just as the king life form finished speaking, the entire world of flames began to erupt. At this moment, all the flames in this world were controlled by the king life form. Zichen's expression became serious. A king-level entity was not much different from the mountain fire spirit from before. As long as they were in the world of flames, the other party would never be afraid of exhaustion. Therefore, as long as Zichen could not unleash a sure-kill attack, he would never be able to kill the other party. Judging from the aura emanating from his body, a fully awakened king-level entity was undoubtedly extremely powerful. If such an existence were in the outside world, it wouldn't be a problem for him to kill an ordinary origin realm cultivator. Normal attacks wouldn't be able to kill him at all. After pondering for a moment, Zichen made a decision. Battle intent surged from Zichen's body as he pointed his dragon spear at the life-form king and shouted, "Come, let's decide life and death in one strike." The king-level life-form let out a disdainful laugh. "One strike, human. King Hughes can kill you with half a strike." With that, the king-level creature charged at Zichen. At the same time, the flames in the entire world began to rage. A terrifying pressure swept out, and a terrifying aura spread throughout the world of flames. "Die!" The king-level creature launched a powerful attack at Zichen. Flames filled the sky as it rushed at Zichen like a fire dragon. Zichen didn't move, and the spear in his hand didn't move at all. He just stared at the king of life. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach him, a wave of heat surged toward him. Zichen tapped his forehead with his left hand. Within the purple gourd was Zichen's greatest trump card for the road of trials. With a tap of his finger, the lid of the gourd opened. 3 rays of silver light shot out from the center of his forehead, breaking away from the light of bewilderment. The 3 rays of silver light instantly transformed into lightning dragons, their terrifying aura explosively increasing. This was the lightning of the 9th level of the Lightning Dominion. In Zichen's opinion, even an ordinary mortal origin realm cultivator could be killed. Now that Zichen had released 3 rays of lightning, he should be able to destroy a king-level life form. The moment the lightning dragons appeared, they became hundreds of meters long and charged at the king-level creature with the terrifying might of lightning. The king-level creature was wrapped in flames, so its expression couldn't be seen. However, when it saw the 3 lightning dragons, it was shocked to the extreme. It cried out, "This is impossible. You're just a human trial taker. How can you have something like this?" Amidst its shocked voice, the fire dragon was instantly destroyed by one of the lightning dragons. The lightning dragon didn't lose any power and continued to charge forward. At the same time, the other 2 lightning dragons also headed straight for the king-level creature. The king-level creature kept retreating. Its flaming eyes were filled with terror. The 3 lightning dragons appeared at the same time, making it feel the threat of death. As it retreated, it kept controlling the flames to form fire dragons to block them. However, after just 2 fire dragons, the lightning dragons caught up to it. The 3 lightning dragons exploded one after another, creating an earth-shaking sound. The world of flames instantly turned into a world of silver. In this silver world, countless lightning snakes swam about, and lightning energy wreaked havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries rang out in the world of flames, sounding extremely mournful. Its mood also represented the world of flames. At this moment, all the flames in the world of flames were trembling in fear because of the king-level creature. In the silver world, the thin lightning snakes continued to wreak havoc. The king-level creature's miserable cries also continued. Zichen frowned. The 3 lightning dragons didn't immediately kill the king-level creature. In the next moment, he saw strands of flames squeeze into the silver world from the outside. Not good. It's absorbing the flames to recover. Zichen's expression instantly turned ugly. He originally thought that the 3 lightning dragons would definitely be able to kill the king-level creature. However, he didn't expect the king-level creature's vitality to be so strong. Moreover, with the help of the endless flames, it was actually able to block the lightning dragon's attacks. Time didn't allow Zichen to continue hesitating. Once the lightning disappeared without killing the king-level creature, all of his previous attacks would have been for nothing. Taking advantage of the fact that the lightning hadn't disappeared and he could still attack, Zichen clenched his teeth and gripped his spear. The lightning imprint between his eyebrows flashed once more, and then he turned into a beam of golden light and charged into the silver world. Within the silver world, lightning wreaked havoc, bringing with it a terrifying aura. Even though Zichen was protected by the lightning imprint, he still felt his scalp go numb. However, the king-level creature that had been struck by the lightning didn't die. It was clear that the king-level creature was much stronger than Zichen. Just as Zichen was charging forward, even more flame energy rushed into the silver world. Like fire snakes, they entered the center of the lightning destruction and were absorbed by the king-level creature. In the next moment, Zichen charged into the center of the destruction and saw the king-level creature. The raging flames around its body had become extremely dim, and its whole body was injured in many places. Under the ravaging of the lightning, its injuries were rapidly worsening, but it didn't die immediately. This was because there was a huge fire crystal on its chest that was emitting a brilliant light, summoning flames from all around it. At the same time, it absorbed these flames to resist the power of the lightning. If Zichen hadn't appeared, this flame crystal would have been enough to protect the king-level creature and allow it to smoothly resist the lightning attack, allowing it to return to its peak state. However, with Zichen's timely appearance, the situation naturally changed. Under the king-level creature's terrified expression, Zichen held his dragon spear and ruthlessly stabbed it towards its heart. This was where the flame crystal was located, and it was also the life core of the king-level creature. The dragon spear suddenly emitted a joyous dragon roar, and then the tip of the spear directly pierced into the king-level creature's forehead. If it was before, the dragon spear naturally wouldn't have been able to break through the king-level creature's flame crystal. However, the dragon spear had absorbed a large amount of flame essence, causing its quality to increase. Moreover, it had great destructive power against flames, which was why it was able to succeed in one strike. As the spear pierced into the flame crystal, the king-level creature emitted a pained howl. At a rate visible to the naked eye, the flames around the king-level creature began to dim. At the same time, one could see a red energy being constantly absorbed by the dragon spear. After just a few times, the king-level creature's body exploded, turning into a sea of flames that slowly dissipated. The flame crystal still remained, pierced through by the dragon spear until the flame essence within was completely swallowed up. The silver dragon spear had also swallowed up too many unrefined flame essences, causing it to turn crimson red. At the same time, Zichen felt a blazing heat in his right hand as he held the spear. The heat continued to spread. Even with Zichen's perfect body, he couldn't withstand it. As for the flame crystal in front of him, it seemed that only half of its energy had been swallowed up. After several breaths of time, Zichen felt the blazing heat in the spear become even more intense. Moreover, this blazing heat was actually threatening him. Thus, Zichen simply let go of the dragon spear, allowing it to automatically swallow it. The silver world slowly disappeared, and the lightning that filled the skies dissipated. The sea of fire still existed, but after losing all the fire spirits and the king-level creature, this sea of fire had lost its spirituality. Zichen's second ancient road journey had come to an end. Next, he would wait for the dragon spear to finish swallowing the flame crystal. Then, he would enter the third ancient road. Of the 81 ancient roads, Zichen had only walked 2 and had already used his trump card, the Thunder Dominion. He had also consumed a great deal of time and resources, so what was the third one? Cracks began to slowly appear on the flame crystal. This was caused by the excessive consumption of flame essence. At this time, The entire dragon spear had turned red, as if it were a spear of fire. After absorbing so many flame essences, the dragon spear would naturally change. However, it would take a long time to refine these flame essences. Zichen hadn't launched a particularly powerful attack before, so he hadn't consumed too much energy. While the dragon spear was absorbing the flame essences, he sat down cross-legged and absorbed the fire energy, slowly replenishing his previous consumption. After staying here for a long time, Zichen felt that the speed at which he absorbed the fire energy had increased by a great deal. The cracks in the flame crystal finally spread to a limit. Finally, with a loud bang, it exploded, and the dragon spear fell to the ground. The dragon spear that fell was originally crimson red. But as the dragon soul swallowed and refined the fire energy, a silver light began to emit from within the crimson red. The temperature of the dragon spear that emitted a blazing heat began to slowly decrease. The dragon spear couldn't be used for a short period of time. Zichen put away the dragon spear. After the energy in his body was restored, he stood up and stepped onto the third ancient road. Chapter 769. As soon as he appeared, he encountered heavenly might, and heavenly might was directed at him. Zichen did not know what was going on, so he was caught off guard. As the heavenly might descended, the power of the rules appeared in the sky. The power of the rules transformed into a huge net that fell from the sky, pressing down on Zichen. Within the net, there was also a sealing power that was trying to seal Zichen. Zichen raised his head and looked at the rules descending from the sky. His eyes were filled with confusion and panic. He did not understand why he was targeted and sealed by the rules as soon as he arrived. Ever since he became a cultivator, Zichen had interacted with the rules several times. Naturally, he knew how terrifying they were. If he had not been lucky every time, he would have died under the rules. Extreme yin. Facing the seal of the rules, Zichen naturally would not sit still and wait for death. Unable to use the dragon soul spear, Zichen could only mobilize the energy in his body to display a powerful attack. As the seal fell, extreme yin appeared, emitting a dazzling silver light. Like a sharp blade, it attacked the seal of the rules with the speed and power of lightning. Boom! With a loud bang, the power of lightning shattered and dissipated. However, the seal of the rules did not change at all. Extreme yang. Seeing that extreme yin was useless, Zichen then used extreme yang. The light of extreme yang was golden, dazzling, and powerful. However, when it attacked the seal of the rules, there was no reaction at all. It could not even shake the seal of the rules. The rules were known as the strongest. In the current world, there were very few who could resist the rules. Not to mention Zichen, who was merely in the early core realm, even a mortal realm cultivator would not be able to resist the rules. Thunderbolt Finger. The Thunderbolt Finger seal that used the power of the finger bone appeared again. A terrifying aura swept out, but when it landed on the seal of the rules, it was useless. Zichen's attack seemed powerful and was enough to kill an ordinary existence, but it was futile to resist the rules. The attacks landed on the rule seal, but it was like throwing eggs at a rock. Even if Zichen used the energy of the collision of yin and yang, he could not destroy the rule seal. He could not even shake it. The nomological seal fell from the sky at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Zichen could not break it at all. Even with his extreme speed, he could not dodge it. At this moment, it was as if he had been immobilized by the nomological power. He could only watch as the nomological power slowly fell on his body and then slowly sealed him. The law seal landed on Zichen and split into two. One landed on Zichen's forehead, sealing his sea of consciousness. The other landed on abdomen, sealing his elemental energy. During this time, the nomological seal did not kill Zichen, but it sealed his spiritual sense and elemental energy. Zichen was undoubtedly immortal. On this ancient road, there were dangers everywhere. This was not much different from extinction. The nomological power turned into two large nets, sealing his spiritual sense and elemental energy, making Zichen unable to do anything. How could this be? Could it be that I used energy that did not belong to me and was punished by the rules? Zichen could not accept the fact that he had become immortal in an instant, so he made wild guesses. The most likely reason for triggering the rules was that when he killed the king-level lifeform, he had used an energy that did not belong to him. Zichen was in an open space. A few thousand meters away from the open space, there was a dense forest that covered the sky. In the dense forest, he could occasionally hear the roars of beasts. There were plants and beasts in this world. It was a world just like the outside world. Moreover, as he was on the ancient road, it was natural that there would be powerful humans and beasts here. However, Zichen, who was in such a dangerous world, had all of his energy sealed. Why was he sealed? No one could answer Zichen's question. At this moment, without his spiritual sense, Zichen could not even open his spirit ring or purple gold gourd. He had undoubtedly lost all his means. At most, he could be considered a mortal with a slightly stronger physique. Within the ancient road of the trial, danger could arrive at any moment. Zichen naturally couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Since he had no combat strength left, there was nowhere for him to run. Thus, Zichen's only option now was to find a way to break open the seal of the laws. Even if he could only break a little bit, he would have a way to escape. His situation would be better than now. Moreover, as Zichen sensed it, he found that this was a true nomological seal. Moreover, it was a seal that did not have a time limit. If he could not break the seal, Zichen would not be able to use the primary energy of a cultivator for the rest of his life. Therefore, after finding a slightly safer place, Zichen sat cross-legged and tried to break the nomological seal as soon as possible. If it was a perfect nomological seal, Zichen would never be able to break it. However, when the nomological seal fell from the sky, it had been divided into two. Although the two seals were still one, they were no longer perfect. If Zichen wanted to break it, there was still a slight possibility. The first thing Zichen needed to break was the spiritual sense seal. Therefore, Zichen began to mobilize the powerful spiritual sense in his sea of consciousness to attack the nomological seal. Boom! The golden spiritual sense attacked the edge of the nomological net, causing the sea of consciousness to shake. Zichen felt that his sea of consciousness was about to explode. There was a continuous thunder sound, and pale golden blood instantly flowed out of the corner of Zichen's mouth. The sea of consciousness shook for a long time before it slowly calmed down. Zichen found that the seal that had been attacked had become a little dim. Zichen's eyes lit up instantly. He felt that there was hope. Then, he continued to manipulate his spiritual sense to form a point and attacked the seal fiercely. Boom! There was another tremor. More blood flowed out of the corner of Zichen's mouth. This time, Zichen felt that his head was in a daze and he was not clear-headed. No, I'll pass out if this goes on. Zichen felt that something was wrong. After the two attacks, he could clearly see that the seal was dimmer than other places. This proved that it was very possible to break the seal. However, there was also a greater possibility that after breaking the seal, Zichen would fall into a coma. Falling into a coma in this extremely dangerous place, Zichen's actions were undoubtedly suicidal. After pondering for a while, Zichen found a low place and used his hands to dig a big hole in the ground that could hide a person. Then, he found some weeds and simply buried himself. Zichen sat cross-legged on the ground and mobilized his essence, energy, and spirit to the limit. There is only one chance to pass out. I can only multitask and break the seal of my spiritual sense and primary energy. Zichen adjusted his breathing and then multitasking. On one hand, he manipulated the spiritual sense in his body to attack the seal in his sea of consciousness. On the other hand, he manipulated the ultimate energy to attack the seal in abdomen. Boom! The two types of energy hit the rule net at the same time and vibrated in Zichen's body. The sharp pain in his sea of consciousness and abdomen almost made Zichen pass out. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Then, he continued to mobilize his energy and continued to attack. If he could not break the seal, Zichen would not be able to survive here. Therefore, Zichen would rather die while attacking the seal than be buried in the stomach of a beast with his mortal body. Boom! Boom! Zichen attacked again and again. His sea of consciousness and primary energy were severely damaged, and more blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth. After more than 10 consecutive attacks, The dot in the rule net became dimmer. Then, Zichen gritted his teeth and attacked with all his strength. Boom! Thunder roared in Zichen's body again. After that, Zichen felt that the sharp pain in his body had reached a limit. Just as he was about to pass out, he heard two breaking sounds. Before the smile on Zichen's face bloomed, he fainted. However, he knew that he had broken through the rules. Zichen lost consciousness and fell into a coma. When he regained consciousness, he immediately sensed his sea of consciousness and abdomen's location. In his sea of consciousness, the rule net had been broken a little. Traces of spiritual thoughts were escaping from this point. Since Zichen could mobilize spiritual thoughts, he had obviously become a cultivator. However, compared to before, his combat strength was less than 1%. At the same time, Zichen sensed abdomen and found that the rule net here had also been broken a little. Ultimate energy was slowly leaking out. With his spiritual sense and ultimate energy, and the broken seal not continuing to strengthen him, Zichen knew that this method was feasible. A smile instantly appeared on his face, and he was prepared to make a few more attempts to return to his peak. However, when he opened his eyes, his expression changed drastically. He found that he was no longer underground. Instead, he was in an unfamiliar environment. This was a huge room. There were very simple stone tables and stone stools in the room. These stone tables and stools were much larger than usual. In addition, there were several stone tools in the room. There were big knives and broad axes. This was an unfamiliar environment, but it looked like a human residence. As Zichen lowered his head, he found that he was lying on a huge stone bed. This bed was 4 meters long and 3 meters wide. Zichen, who was less than 2 meters tall, looked insignificant lying on it. Is this where giants live? Just when Zichen was extremely puzzled, he suddenly felt that something was missing. Spirit ring. My spirit ring is gone. Zichen looked at his left hand. The place where the spirit ring should have been was empty. It contained all of his wealth from this trip to the ancient road, including the dragon soul spear. If the spirit ring was lost, Zichen's trip to the ancient road would be even more difficult. In addition to the spirit ring, Zichen found that the top-grade armor on his body was also missing. His mind was still in a daze. Zichen swayed and then got off the bed. He had to figure out what was going on as soon as possible. Although abdomen and the sea of consciousness had opened up a little, the injuries from the previous heavy blow had not recovered. Zichen was still unable to move freely. At this moment, he was still a mortal with some strength. As soon as Zichen got up, the door of the room was pushed open. Zichen felt that the room was obviously dark. Then, a tall figure walked in from outside. This person was close to 4 meters tall and looked like an ancient giant. The upper half of his body was naked, and his thick chest hair was exposed. The lower half of his body was wrapped in a beast skin, which covered his private parts. On his feet, he was wearing shoes made of strange beast materials.